It's on Wilshire and Beverly Hills.
Okay.
And it's just it's a great steakhouse.
How much would we hit the company card? Would it have been heavy?
It's in line with most of your big steakhouses.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably $60 for a filet.
Yeah, stakes are high right now. Brown, where would you have taken us last night?
So I'm a believer when you're in a city, you eat the food they are known for. And I think LA is primarily known for the Asian food, Japanese type food.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Naka is their top. It's a 2 Michelin star Japanese restaurant. I would have suggested we go there. Rated very, very highly on TripAdvisor and Yelp and places like that. But it's got 2 Michelin stars.
What would we gotten? What? Give me something off the menu. What would you have recommended?
Yeah, I'll give you mine after he does.
Yeah, well, no, give me yours. You probably already know it.
Okay, the goat cheese ravioli to start.
Oh.
Is this at Naka? Or this is
this is Ocean Prime.
Yeah.
We could get a couple of sushi rolls because they also specialize in seafood along with their steaks.
It's ocean after all.
Let's see here, the 8-ounce filet. That's not bad. It's only $42.
Yeah. Do they have a bigger filet? I probably would have gone a tad bigger. Do they drop a 12-ouncer on you?
Oh,
I'm throwing in a wedge.
Bacon cream spinach, smoked Gouda tater tots.
Give me a dessert.
Black truffle mac and cheese.
Give me a dessert really quick. What do I have over here?
So the way this place does it is you order a 13-course for the table. It's called, I'm going to butcher this, keisaki. It's a multi-course Japanese dinner. So basically you just come in and you got like 4 people. All right, this is going to be enough for 4 people.
Do I get the redneck ginger salad?
I love those.
I like
in a Japanese steakhouse.
Just lettuce and ginger.
Yeah, I love that dressing, man.
Yeah. Lick the bowl, man.
Good news is my youngest daughter won't eat it, so I get 2 of them when I go, and I demolish them.
My daughter was the same way. I used to love it, yes.
How about the chocolate peanut butter pie? Peanut butter mousse and bittersweet chocolate ganache.
Yeah. See, we would have been with you on Sunday night, and you would have had us out there on Saturday night.
Yeah. That's a good split. I'm all about it.
I take it.
Damn it.
It was Alabama's fault.
Yeah. Technically, it was Brian Kelly for going for 2.
Doesn't blame it on Brian Kelly. Alabama still would have had to beat Georgia.
Technically, Eli Ricks for not getting to the pylon fast enough.
Dropped a big pass against Tennessee.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah. All right, fun football season. It comes to an end tonight on the college side with Georgia and TCU. Our picks are up. We'll watch the game, and we'll see if the SEC has another champion tomorrow when we join you at 9 a.m. Central Time. That's when we're back with you. We'll have another Mystery Fifth Hour for you later this week, and stay tuned to our social media platforms and see if Forrester and company can continue their role in Madden and finish the season. Only 12 more games left. Forrester is off to a 2-0 start with the Falcons. Is that right? He's unbeaten? It's amazing. Unbeaten. Oh, there's the we got standings.
Wow, look at that.
Of course we do. Of course we do. All right, we are back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All hail the kings of college football. It's the Georgia Bulldogs, back-to-back national champions, and one of the biggest beatdowns really in postseason history. In fact, not just playoffs, not just BCS, no bowl game, like anywhere from Montgomery, Alabama to San Diego, California. No bowl game has ever been that big of a blowout before. 65-7, Georgia beats TCU to win the national championship. And flowers and fruit and sponsorships and weed eaters have never paired two more mismatched teams than the college football national championship last year.
This goes back to, is it the more deserving team or the best four teams in college football? Look, TCU beat Michigan, so I'm not going to say anything about that. Look, it was an incredible performance by Georgia. I think we all three had a feeling it was going to go that direction. I gave out Georgia minus 13.5. I felt great about it. I didn't realize until this morning that was the biggest beatdown in the history of any postseason game.
No,
that's
seriously,
insane.
we've never had a bowl game that was. I mean, I know that was big, but I would have thought somewhere.
No, not at
some coach had left or some crap like that.
ESPN had their underpaid interns digging for that all night.
Nowhere in Lad Peoples Stadium down in Mobile has there ever been a MAC team forced to play a Sun Belt team and there been a blowout. Nowhere, as I said, in the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl, in the Astro Bluebonnets of the world has there ever been a beatdown. In fact, LSU this year tied Army in big bowl beatdowns that was the record until it got passed last night.
Until the national championship game where it got passed.
You know,
and they called literally the dogs off last night.
Oh, yeah.
We just assumed that Georgia was going to, and, maybe it's a combination of sooner or later TCU is going to, that bubble is going to burst. And this Georgia team has way too much talent. But I'll tell you, the most prophetic guy on the desk last night was Nick Saban.
Yeah, he was doing everything he could not to say that this was going to be a holy beatdown.
Yeah, so as he watched film, I mean, guys are smart like Nick Saban. They watch film and they're like, these two teams don't play the same game.
Yes.
They're not on the same level.
Yeah, and he's probably thinking to himself, we should have been in this playoff instead of this TCU team.
Outside of a lifelong Georgia fan, I don't think anybody was more over the top on their score prediction than me.
No. You in fact, you said it would be over with 21 points in the first half, whatever it was going to be. That was the biggest halftime lead by Georgia this year.
Yeah.
Passing 30 points against Samford earlier this year.
Which is incredible.
Yep. Kent State played them closer.
So I don't know that anybody was more over the top than me.
I was there, but it was off the show.
And Lance, of course, responded by deriding my ability to pick college football games. I hope you'll remember this one, Lance, next time.
I was all over it, too.
Will you please?
You scared me a little bit,
Yes. You gave me the when you like them big. Hey, listen, even I undersold it. Even I undersold it.
I think everybody undersold it.
My gosh.
I mean, they literally could have scored 80 points last night.
They could have scored 80
I was going to
points.
ask you that if Georgia had left the ones in and said, we just want to make a point here. We want to be viewed as the most dominant football team in the history of the game.
86-7.
You think 86-7? Yeah. I mean, it was so disappointing. I mean, we got one more college football game, right? One more college football game.
Right.
And I didn't watch a single play of the second half. Not one play.
And that is a telling thing. I watched it for television production reasons and just remember moments in history. AU fan, Kirby's only 47. No telling how many he's going to win.
Yeah, we said this about Dabo Swinney a few years ago.
We did.
Dabo has lost 6 games over his last couple of years.
But you got to admit this feels different.
No, it does. I'm not.
And I'll
going
tell
to,
you why it does.
I'm not going to disagree with that, and I'll let you get to your point. But again, this is the SEC, so not only do you have to navigate that? You got to get into what is going to be a 12-team playoff. You got to win more quality games. So I think it does become more difficult to win national championships.
But don't underestimate the fact that Kirby's fingerprints were also on some of the Alabama national championships. Right?
I'm not taking anything away from Kirby. When Kirby got the job, I think we all agreed he is going to win a national championship, maybe 2, maybe 3. I'm not surprised where Georgia is right now. Now, I'm surprised 65-7. I mean, that's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, the reason it feels different, and El Tigre in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, please insert NFL team here, hire Kirby. Look, I've never thought Kirby was drawn towards the NFL. He doesn't strike me as an NFL coach.
He was with Nick with the Dolphins
and did not
hated
like it. Yeah, got back to college as quick as he could.
Like he left before Nick did, right? Or did he come with Nick from?
He came with Nick.
It
was Muschamp that left before Nick did. I don't think any of them liked it, though.
Right.
Because none of them ever gone back, obviously. But that said, this new if Greg Sankey, who's now starting to champion, we got to do away with the early signing period. If this college calendar doesn't change, you're going to lose good college coaches. They may just retire him. And Kirby's made enough money now and done enough. He could simply retire and be fine. But you're going to lose college coaches quicker than we used to.
It's too much work.
Yeah, if they don't change this calendar. Those guys cannot deal with this.
Well, let's before we start fixing college football, let's roll around the confetti a little bit.
I know
about last night's national championship.
I was getting to that because I was going to explain to you why it feels different with Kirby and Dabo Swinney. Because you watch Kirby Smart, and you feel like he's a guy that is consumed with football 24/7. That when Kirby is at his son's play, he's thinking of defenses that could stop, a high-power passing attack. When Kirby's out in the boat at the lake with the family, he's thinking of an offense that could go against a 4-man front and an offense that could go against a 3-man front.
Actually, I don't feel that way.
Oh,
about
I
Kirby.
do with Kirby. I do.
I feel that way about Saban. That he really has no joys everywhere else. I do believe Kirby finds joy in other things. I think he really enjoys not only golf. I think he enjoys the beach. I think he enjoys a cold beer.
Nope,
I think he enjoys food.
No, I disagree with you wholly. I think he's a guy that cannot turn it off.
Yeah,
and I never felt that way about Dabo.
I would more so agree with Brown. Look, I do agree that Kirby enjoys other things, and I think he's just got what we would call a better personality than Nick Saban, but he is much more wired like Saban than Dabo is.
See, Dunaway, you're making it too black and white there. Like, I would put you in the Kirby, as far as this show goes, I would put you in the Kirby Smart Nick Saban. I think you have a difficult time getting away from this show and not thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm more Kirby Smart. I'm not to the Nick Saban level.
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
You have a difficult time. Like, even when you're out to dinner with a family, you're thinking of the show. When you're on vacation.
No, when it needs to be thought about, I am. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But see, I am a guy that walks away from here on Friday, and I really don't think about it again until Sunday night. Mm-hmm. And people are driven differently that way.
Last night, Kirby Smart on the podium, Rockstar Cut 1. We'll get through some of this sound last night as Georgia wins the national championship, 65-7 over TCU. Back-to-back national champions, biggest blowout in bowl history. Obviously, some other things we'll throw at you throughout the show. But Kirby, they were 15-0. They were unbeaten. And the only teams to go 15-0 since the 1800s are LSU in 19, Clemson in 18, Alabama in 2020 didn't get that chance because of COVID. They likely would have joined that group as well. Georgia goes into that historic category. Here's Kirby about being unbeaten last night.
The significance is no blemish. I had 4 national championships at Alabama, and I don't think we had but one that was undefeated, and that one was really special. And it was like, sometimes it takes a loss to galvanize and put your team in a spot to win. It did that last year. And it didn't take that. I always tell guys, do you have to take a loss to learn? I mean, why? It doesn't take that to learn that. And this team was special because they didn't have the flaw. They had, 2 games in which they came back in the fourth quarter, Missouri and Ohio State, with incredible comebacks and led by, Stetson in the offense. So it makes it more special, I think, when you come back and look at it, because when you want to compare teams, you'll say, hey, look at this team. There's some parts of me that think if the team last year played this year's team probably had more talent on it. But this year's team was different. Like, they just had this eye of the tiger they weren't going to lose.
So I wonder, as I watched this last night in the second half, and just in seating arrangement, the rain was blowing in on the TCU section of the stadium. It was a crappy night for those folks that had spent $1,500 a ticket. But, the wind direction and the rain with no walls on that stadium is blowing in. And the TCU fans are like, how am I sitting here in a dome stadium getting wet? But here I am.
$6 billion dome stadium, and it's raining outside and I'm getting wet.
Yeah.
That really, what a horrible design that stadium is.
Meanwhile, the Georgia fans, their section, perfectly dry under the roof because the wind's a different. Everything was going Georgia's way last night. But I was sitting there going, which one was more satisfying for Kirby and for Georgia fans? Last year, because they overcame Alabama. It was a competitive game. There was excitement in the second half. You had the pick six to seal it. And then, there was a moment it was slipping away and then you win it. Or was it last night where it was just, man, we are the gold standard of college football? I wonder which one. And we can't throw out a poll question to answer that. Only real Georgia fans can answer that.
I feel like I could answer it for a Georgia
I think
fan.
I know how I would feel as a Georgia fan.
I think last year was the moment because it had been 40 years and you slayed the dragon, which is Alabama, who had earlier beat you, as Kirby was talking about, a loss in season. I see your point, though. I think that Georgia fans also, if this is just a regular win and they had lost another game this year, but it does feel like everything has shifted in college football. So I think there is that enjoyment for Georgia fans, but I think last year was more for a Georgia fan.
Last year I beat the king. Which one's more rewarding? If you're in a war and you beat the king, or if you're in a war and the king escapes? I beat the king last year. That was the most rewarding, and on top of that, it was the first time in 40 years. I feel like last night I won a game in the FCS weekend. That's what that felt like as I was playing Alston P.
Ironically, Sonny Dykes had taken a shot at the entire Southeastern Conference and the scheduling, like, hey,
might want to swallow those.
It's like Georgia they were in the mid-'90s NBA when Michael Jordan took a year off.
Yeah.
Well, so they dominated. But it was, Sonny Dykes said, we don't, in our conference, we don't get the benefit of playing a Week 10 game against the Citadel.
We called Texas that week or something like that, yeah.
By the way, you look like Week 10, Week 11 game Citadel last night playing against Georgia.
Yeah, if TCU had to play an SEC schedule, they would have been in the Music City Bowl.
Emily, by the way, over there, big Georgia grad, Georgia fan, she says last year, no doubt.
Yeah, you beat the standard last year.
Yeah.
You beat the standard.
Yeah, roommate told me that last night too. She's a Georgia grad, and Charles, one of our great listeners, reached out and she was like asking me what I thought this TCU team would have gone in an SEC schedule.
I just said it. They'd have played in the Music City Bowl.
I said they were 8-4.
Yeah.
It's a good team.
Yeah.
It's just not an elite team.
Only by
they were Mississippi State, they were South Carolina, they were that type of team.
South Carolina is a good example.
I think that's because you go back to the Michigan game. Michigan's a really good team, but everything went wrong for Michigan for TCU to win that.
Yeah, but keep in mind now, TCU was a hair from being that team in the Big 12, right? Every decision went the right way for them in the Big 12. So. Yeah, I think if TCU had to play an SEC schedule this year, I think the ceiling was 9-3 for them. I think that is if everything went the right way, they would have been 9-3.
Royal Payne, to your point, TCU reminds me of a guy who pulls off a 10-team parlay, wins big money, moves to Vegas to become a professional gambler, and is living in his mom's basement in year 2. Pick sixes, 2 of them, to beat Michigan is a low percentage outcome to get to the national championship game, to your point there. Michelson Laser Vision, bringing you part of the show. We'll look ahead to one other statistical marvel and take a phone call here in our opening segment. You can join the conversation always on the show, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Anywhere in America, Michelson Laser Vision here locally, clearing up your look in 2023.
Yeah, 2023 could be the year for you if you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses. Look, I'm speaking from experience. I was wasting money. I did it for about a decade. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the consultation. I was a candidate for LASIK, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I still have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Call Michelson Laser Vision today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Brooks in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. This repeat felt so much like 2011-2012 Alabama, the last team to do it. Avenge a loss to a conference foe for the first title and blow out a way overmatched team for the second title. LSU in 11, Notre Dame in 12 for Bama, beating Bama last year for the title and then doing it to TCU last night. JD is in Huntsville on last night's college football national championship win by the Georgia Bulldogs. What's up, JD?
Hey, good morning, guys. First, let me just say congratulations to Georgia. I was on it too. I mean, I didn't get my score in before the game actually started. I had predicted 52-24. In fact, I told my son, I said, Georgia will score every time they have the ball until they take a knee at the end. And he looked at me funny. I said, yes, they will score every time they have the ball if that's what they choose to do. But this is the way I sort of describe Georgia, especially this year. And I don't look at it quite the same way as Clemson when they won, but in a way I kind of do. I describe Georgia as, there's a difference between having to drive in rush hour traffic, in the middle of a busy intersection all the time than driving around the middle of the day in the country. Georgia's schedule this year, and next year will be too, they're driving around the country in the middle of the day.
Yeah, to be fair, though, and a lot of people are already talking about Georgia's next year's schedule because they're saying they can go for 3 in a row. To be entirely fair, that schedule originally had Oklahoma on it, and the SEC went to them and said, we need you to postpone that series so that we can handle the future scheduling when Oklahoma comes to the conference. So you're going to see this narrative of, oh, my gosh, look at Georgia's schedule next year. It's awful.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yep.
And that Oklahoma team was 6-7 this year.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. I mean, it's not like Oklahoma was going to be a handful for them next year, but it's better than – I think they replaced it with Bowling Green or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean that Georgia couldn't have won at Tennessee this year. If they had Alabama's schedule, they absolutely could have won at Tennessee. They could have won at LSU. They could have won at Texas. But it's like driving around in rush hour traffic. There's a greater chance that you could get in an accident. That's all I'm saying. And not saying they couldn't have won, but you got a lot more pressure. You got use a lot more resources. And so I kind of look at that in the same way as we used to look at Clemson about being in the ACC. They just don't have to play their best every game or in as many games. So there's that. But the other thing is this is why it's so important for Sankey and powers that be at the SEC to get the schedule right. They don't realize how they changed the competitive balance the way they messed up the schedule last time they added A&M and Missouri. Now, I don't think they'd ever admit to that, but when you got teams having to play on the road 2 years in a row, like they did with Georgia having to go to Auburn in 2013, that benefited Auburn and helped them get into that BCS. If Auburn loses that game because it's at Georgia, and Alabama still goes to the SEC championship game, they probably stomp Missouri, and then they're going for 3 in a row. They got to get it right. And look, again, congratulations to Georgia. Does 2 in a row trump Alabama's dynasty? No, but hey, it's a good feeling for Georgia right now, and I don't, congratulations to them. Enjoy it. It lasts for.
Yeah, but they've got to Alabama or anyone else has to go beat Georgia. Georgia's the team to beat now. They've won 2 in a row. It is the beginning of a dynasty, and if it doesn't turn in, if nobody goes and beats them, they can very easily at some point start doing what Alabama has done over the last year. You can't pull out history. I mean, history has already been made by Alabama. History already has been made by other dynasties in the past. That dynasty is always going to be there. It doesn't mean that it's a shot to what Alabama has done to say that this team has now won 2 in a row and they are the gold standard. They are what has to be beaten now. That is not a shot at Alabama and what Alabama's accomplished, but that is the reality that you live in right now.
Is that Georgia is now the standard of college football.
That's right.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
got to go beat them.
But let me say this about the scheduling. I do think when Oklahoma and Texas come to the league finally, will do away with divisions, which will help the scheduling situation much, much more. I mean, one of the things that has helped Georgia here, you can't deny it, is that for the most part, the East has been weaker than the West while Kirby Smart has been there.
So far, yes.
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the East has been weaker than the West.
And we're about to get to a part where there's no divisions. And
That's
you're
what I'm
going,
saying, yeah.
And
once
you're going to be
yeah.
playing everybody
That's
every
right,
other
yeah.
year.
But looking at that 2023 schedule, outside of at Tennessee,
Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's easy.
Well, they're only outside of Sanford Stadium, at Auburn, at Vandy, the cocktail party versus Florida, at Tennessee, at Georgia Tech.
yeah, I would say outside of Tennessee, they're going to be at least double-digit favorites
yeah.
in
Yeah.
every game.
Nope.
And,
And
you know, I felt confident last year betting you a stake after they went undefeated in the regular season. They couldn't do it back-to-back. I ain't doing it this year. I mean, that schedule is a joke.
UT Martin, Ball State, South Carolina, UAB, all at home to open the season. So 4-0 likely there. You get Kentucky between road games at Auburn and Vandy, cocktail party Florida, home game with Missouri, final home game with Ole Miss, at the road to Tennessee, on the road at Georgia Tech, then SEC championship, by the way, in the state of Georgia.
Yeah, but now let me say this. Even this year's team trailed in the fourth quarter at Missouri, and you
That's
would
right.
not have predicted that in a million years.
No,
So
no.
You do have to leave the door open for that one crap game where absolutely everything goes against you.
100%, 100%. But you would like your odds in all 12 of those games.
Absolutely you would.
And you see who's standing out of the West, who gets there for the final division season of SEC play over in the SEC championship game. Our friends at Way to Wellness want to remind you that if you're wanting to get into shape, now's a great time to start that plan in 2023. You can do that by getting on this website. It's a planforme.com, planforme.com. So many Next Round viewers and listeners have signed up for this plan, and they have found it to be the easiest way to control your weight, your blood pressure, cholesterol numbers, to make your doctor smile when you go in for that checkup. It is so easy. Find out how up at planforme.com, planforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation with Leslie and her board-certified team absolutely free. A lot to get to on the show. Clay Travis is our first guest coming up at the top of the hour. Later on, we will dip in to Kirby Smart's National Championship News Conference out in L.A., which will start at 9 Pacific, 11 o'clock our time here on the show. Kirby will receive the AP National Championship Trophy, the UPI, the bowl, the big cool bowl, MacArthur Bowl or whatever. All those championship trophies you've seen Nick Saban get them over the years. We'll carry that live, hopefully, from our friends at the College Football Playoff Committee, and maybe dip in and listen to a little bit of his morning after news conference. We got much more post-game from last night as well. One other note I wanted to make about last night's contest. They outgained TCU by 401 yards, 589 yards of offense to 188 yards of offense.
Is that a problem?
That's embarrassing is what it is.
401. Now, when I say biggest beatdown since we started playing for in 1998, the championship in the BCS and college football playoff, what national championship game do you guys always go to?
Alabama, Notre Dame.
See, I always think USC, Oklahoma.
Okay.
I always go Nebraska over Florida.
Oh, yeah. That one too. Nebraska.
Because
Florida.
Tommy Frazier just ran. Was that
That was a
the
38-point win.
Was that in Pasadena?
No, it was in Fiesta Bowl.
Phoenix. Yeah.
In
Phoenix. Okay.
yeah.
But I remember it being out west, and SEC going up, and Jimmy SEC was like, "Oh man, Florida," and then Nebraska ran over them. That was the record for the bowl differential until last night, 360. And then the next one was Alabama, Ohio State in 2020.
In 2020 you don't think about that one as much, but that was a beatdown from the jump right there. And if Devontae Smith had not broken his hand in that game, God only knows how many receiving yards he would have. That was such a mismatch.
So that's where the most yards gained in a championship game. Alabama had that, but Georgia didn't quite get there last night because they called the dogs off. But just another statistical moment last night. They outgained their national championship opponent by 401 yards. There are some teams that would go out there, if you say zero for the opponent, they would not get 401 yards in a game.
I know we've got a lot of show to get into this, but on one of our text threads last night, our buddy Greg from Pell City brought up the fact of something that I said when the committee put this thing together. Ohio State and Michigan should have been matched up, and Georgia and TCU should have played first round.
Yeah, but they try to avoid, I think, personally in their minds, that rematch in that semifinal game. But we get it in the NFL. We're going to get it so much in this 12-team playoff. We should have just gotten past that early on, but you're exactly right. Greg was exactly right last night on that.
I mean, so we should have seen a great game at Georgia-Ohio State. Now, we did have a great semifinal weekend, so.
Yeah, the best ever.
Yeah.
Our friends at Odie's will remind you that you have the best food at lunch today, or the best drinks and music on the weekends, or trivia on Wednesday night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, trivia, 8 o'clock. Tell your friends. Always a ton of fun. Me, Rockstar Will Haver. It's Birmingham institution. Odie's is located in Crestline Village. You can get in for lunch or dinner. Enjoy great food from Rodney Davis, including the burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, fantastic patio once it warms up a little bit, but a great place to watch all your college hoops. Is Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today at Odie's.
So when we come back, Stetson Bennett, we sort of put that into context a little bit. And you'll hear a great comment from Kirby Smart. That is coming up next, right here on your home for college football. Rockstar, you want to take a guess? How many days until week 0?
Oh, God. 256.
228 days till week
Flies
0.
by.
Only a month off.
228 days. Back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, odds to win the national championship next year. Georgia is your favorite from our friends at BetMGM. Georgia plus 300 to be national champions next year. Ohio State plus 600 to be national championships. Now, I'm right about this. You bet $1 to win 600. Is that what it is? Or you bet 100 to win 600? What is that?
What did you say?
Plus
6-1?
plus 300.
Plus 300 is if you bet $100, you win 300.
Okay, bet 100 to win 300. Bet 100 to win 600 for Ohio State. They're the second favorites. Alabama and USC are next at plus 700. Michigan's plus 1,000. Clemson's plus 1,500. Texas, LSU, and Notre Dame at plus 2,000. Interesting money play here if you want to bet 100 to win 2,500. Florida State at plus 2,500.
I was about to ask when you were going to get to them because I think they can make the playoff. I don't know that they can win the national championship.
And then plus 3,000, Penn State could be an interesting play there. They could win the Big Ten. Tennessee is there. Washington is there. Oklahoma is there. And so, too, is Oregon at plus 3,000. That is the betting odds. Our friends at MyBookie get you in on any of those games as we get into some heated basketball. By the way, some great games tonight, and we'll see what Auburn can do on the road at Ole Miss as well tonight.
MyBookie.ag, new year, new you. Give yourself a fresh start with MyBookie.ag, and right now you can get that sign-on bonus, a deposit of $50 or more, get a cash bonus instantly in your MyBookie account, and using the bonus is really, really simple. You just bet it one time, and you're ready to cash out, no strings attached with MyBookie.ag. That is code NEXTROUND to get that bonus. NFL playoffs coming up this weekend. College basketball, as Jim said. NBA, UFC, and weekly blackjack tournaments. All of that right there at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND. So many brands there to choose from. You need a platform to make it simple to bet and win, and that is MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Milkman256, who always sometimes struggles when it's not Alabama all the time. If Georgia is the standard, where did they finish in recruiting, and why did they lose 3 of their top 10 prospects to Alabama? I will tell you, as an Alabama guy, nothing is more disappointing than seeing an Alabama person try to explain away results on a scoreboard or explain away Alabama's greatness by minimizing it with comments like that. Georgia just won the national championship. They've won it 2 straight times. And one of those was against Alabama last year. Alabama is not going away. Alabama is still there. It's not demeaning, as I said in the first segment, to Alabama to say that Georgia is the gold standard right now, the team you have to go beat to win the championship. That's the team you're chasing right now. There's nothing wrong with Alabama. Alabama's still in the mix. A lot of people would say it's Alabama and Georgia again next year, the best 2 teams in college football. That's where I would start. Now, Alabama's got a lot more questions to me than Georgia has coming back. But, I mean, that's where I would start because that's what it has been. But don't start giving me recruiting rankings and don't start giving me they lost 3 of their top 10 prospects to Alabama. The results on the field is what we judge greatness by, and that's what Alabama's been judged by since the beginning of time. So don't make what Alabama stands for meaningless by starting throwing loser stats at me.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think that Alabama's going to be around as long as Nick Saban is. I think they'll bounce back next year. It is interesting. I saw way too early top 25, and we can get into that whenever.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those we'll get into later.
Where Alabama actually is. Yeah. But Georgia, I mean, you can't deny it. They have won back-to-back national championships. Alabama wasn't even in a college football playoff this year. So, yeah, Georgia right now is the standard. That can quickly change. We were talking about for a moment, Clemson was the standard in college football.
Now, a lot of people are making a big deal. I guess it was post-game or halftime, I don't know, but David Pollock saying what he said and Nick Saban's reaction. When Pollock basically said this, Pollock basically said, look, guys, we're watching. Georgia has become the standard. They own college football. And Nick Saban is sitting right next to him. And a lot of people are like, look at the look on Saban's face when Pollock says this.
He was just wondering, can my video people pull this off of what we're saying, what he just said right now? Should I text him right now or can I look over at Josh Maxson behind the camera real quick? Does he know what I'm thinking? Do we should be talking our video guys?
Students are back Wednesday. Let's have this in the locker room. Yeah,
in the locker room, in the weight room. I mean, those are the kind of things that will build your team in the offseason. That's what Kirby and what Nick has done since 2009 and what Kirby is doing right now is finding new ways to energize and to get you fired up. Here's Kirby Smart, cut 2, Rockstar. Kirby, I love this. I love this story because, I too love college football so much that I was a little guy that would cry. I told many, many times that my first tears as a football fan that I remember, I'm told I cried at the halftime of the Orange Bowl when Nebraska and Johnny Davis was curb stopping Alabama, so much so that I had an asthma attack. But the one I remember crying over was 1973 Notre Dame and Alabama. I remember crying over that one.
Was it because James Sr. was smashing things?
No, I was watching that game. Actually, my dad and mom were downstairs at Bobby and Jean's, and they had a New Year's Eve. That was a New Year's Eve game. They were partying downstairs, dancing to Take It to the Limit by the Eagles and weird smoke.
You're right,
weird smoke.
Funky smelling smoke.
Yeah, smoke floating up from downstairs. Yeah. But so I was watching most of that game, I think, by myself upstairs. They had it on downstairs and some classic rock going on in the background.
Some things never change.
Yeah. So I'm watching by myself, and I cried. And then Kirby told this story after the game last night. It made me think of little Jim crying last night. Back in the 70s. Kirby talking about his son last night and his second son, Stetson Bennett.
We got a lot of guys coming back, and unfortunately this one right here is not. And tell you a quick story. I walked into they got a real nice head coach's office in that room over there. And I don't know if Stetson knows this, but I walked in and my 10-year-old son, Andrew's bawling. And I was like, oh, no, somebody's hurt his feelings. Somebody's thrown him down. Somebody's done something to him. I said, why are you crying? You're going to ruin my moment. He said, Stetson's leaving. Stetson's gone. I said, he's 25 years old. He's got to go. He's got to leave. But he's bawling about Stetson being gone. And, most of our team, we'll have a lot of guys coming back. We're going to lose some really talented guys, probably going to lose some juniors. But the disease that creeps into your program is called entitlement. And I've seen it firsthand. And if you can stomp it out with leadership, then you can stay hungry. And we have a saying around our place, we eat off the floor. And if you're willing to eat off the floor, you can be special.
Now, what does that mean?
You got to stay hungry, man. So hungry that you'll eat the scraps off the floor, man.
Well, I got to be really hungry. Now, I'll drop something every now and then if it seems like a clean surface, and I'll scoop it up.
If I'm at my house, I'll do it because I know the cleanliness of my house, good or bad. But if I'm out in the public.
But so during the second half, while you may have turned over to Justified, I'm watching what's going on. So I heard Pollock at halftime talk about how young this team was, and I was like, not that I don't trust David Pollock for what he says, but I wanted to go. I pulled up my 2 deep.
Okay.
My Football Writers Association access gives me a link, and I can pull down last night's flip card at the game. And so I pulled up last night's flip card at the game. And I go through their 2 deep, which is, right here, it's 56 players on their 2 deep, not counting the special teams, because they've got a senior long snapper and a senior place kicker.
Okay.
Important, I know, but.
Well, all that guy does is kick extra points, basically.
Yeah. All he did last night was outscore TCU,
yes.
but with just extra points and a field goal. But the only seniors, now they'll lose some juniors, but the only seniors on their 56-man 2 deep, Bennett at quarterback, McIntosh at running back, Jackson at wide receiver, Bill at outside linebacker, and Smith at strong safety. 5 seniors on their 50. Now, they'll lose some juniors because that's what the Georgias and the Alabamas and the Ohio States do. They'll lose juniors to the NFL. But that was a really young team last night.
No, it absolutely is. And they're excited about Carson Beck, who you told me looked great in the second half last night when he came in.
Can really hand it off, man. He is a good hander offer.
I trust Georgia to always be good at running back. When can you remember watching Georgia thinking, they're really average at running back?
They've always got 3 or 4.
Yeah, so I don't worry about losing McIntosh at all. They'll be fine at running back. It's not like when you talk about them losing a receiver that they're just like over. And now Brock Bowers is basically a receiver. He's really, really good,
and is forced to come back.
And
he's coming back.
Washington's
coming back. But my point is, when you watch them,
maybe
at receiver,
Darnell's not.
When you watch them at receiver, do they blow you away at receiver? You're like, oh God, you cannot lose that.
No, but
guy.
you've got Ra Thomas coming in from Mississippi State. You've got Dominic Lovett, who's coming in from Missouri. Both of those teams led both of those teams in.
And that's my point. You haven't given me anybody where I look at them. I don't know if they can replace that.
I know. Stetson has been really, really good, but.
Yeah, and they'll lose some guys early to the NFL, too.
That's right.
We're not accounting for that, but still.
Right. Most of those defensive guys they called off the field late. It was it's an impressive performance by Georgia.
My neighbor told me, and I was telling you guys this before, my neighbor told me at the bus stop this morning that their second team defense that Duggan was running for his life with their second-team defense in there.
Yeah, those two freshman defensive tackles were so fast and big, and they got after him.
Yeah, so, I mean, look.
I do want to walk something back from yesterday when I said this Georgia team compared to – last year's Georgia team,
right.
The 2020 Alabama, the 2019 LSU.
Yeah, you said they didn't measure up. You had them fourth in that discussion.
Yeah, well, even go back to Clemson in 18, I had them fifth.
You had them fifth in that discussion.
But if they played like last night.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I placed them.
Well, unfortunately.
Even Kirby said, I don't know if, last year's team was more talented. I don't know if they beat this team or not. I don't know either. But their scoring margin this year, Brown, you mentioned the close game with Missouri. They were plus 402.
Yeah, they outscored their opponents by 402 points.
Yeah.
Only the third time in SEC history.
Unfortunately for Georgia, history is a little kinder to 2012 Alabama because they destroyed Notre Dame, or 2020 Alabama because they destroyed Ohio State, or 2019 LSU because they destroyed Clemson. History will not be as kind to Georgia because it's TCU, and it's not a name brand that they destroyed. And
that's right.
People will look back on it, and this will be, when you talk about most dominant teams, this game will come up, and but it was TCU.
Yeah.
They did not belong.
And they'll default to the real national championship game was the semifinal game with Ohio State, and it was a shanked field goal.
That's right. They almost lost it.
Saved Georgia.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's where
all
history.
of that is true.
That's where history.
Those are facts. Yes.
That's where history will write this.
Yeah.
That's so far. Georgia deserves better than that. This was an undefeated SEC team.
Yeah.
That destroyed the West representative in the SEC championship game and destroyed the team they had to play for the national championship.
And truth be told, their legacy would be a little bit better if somewhere along the way they had gone through and beaten Nick Saban in Alabama along the way too. If that had been Alabama instead of LSU in the SEC championship
had Alabama
game.
taken care of their business, they could have had that opportunity. That's
there.
on Alabama, not on Georgia. So I hate to hold that against Georgia.
Oh, exactly. I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying.
Historically speaking, at this period in time, you're right. Notre Dame in 2012, but Ohio State right now, or Nick Saban in Alabama would have helped the legacy of this team a little bit. So much more to unpack with this, but we do have basketball tonight. Number 21 Auburn on the road at Ole Miss, 8 o'clock. That's on ESPNU or the Auburn Network. So 29 straight weeks Auburn's been ranked. They'll go at it tonight. And Ole Miss hasn't won a conference game yet, but don't let that shy away. I don't think they're a very good basketball team.
Still a tricky game.
But they may be better than Georgia. And Ole Miss's 3 conference losses have been to Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi State. So they've been punching up. So we'll see what they do with Auburn tonight, 8 o'clock in that contest. We'll hear from Bruce Pearl coming up in a little bit. That look ahead to that game tonight being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Brownie knows these folks so well right there on Highway 280.
Yeah, my entire family has used Greystone Chiropractic, and they've got Element Wellness right there under the same roof. If you want to look better, feel better, and heal better in 2023, Element Wellness is where you begin. They've got the infrared sauna, the red light therapy, the cryotherapy, infusion bags, right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic in the Greystone area, of course, Tattersall Park, 280-119. You can see more at elementwellness.me, elementwellness.me. Are you not healing the way you should? Do you not feel like you look the best you can look? Do you not feel the best you can feel? Start at Element Wellness to fix all of that. elementwellness.me.
All right. We mentioned the basketball tonight. We've had a lot of conversation about Georgia right now, but I want to ask you this Cowan Equipment poll question, okay? As we start looking ahead to 2023, and I gave you the BetMGM odds and the MyBookie odds on the games next year, what is more likely in your opinion? All right, and I'll give you time to go vote on this. It's been out about an hour. What is more likely to happen next year? 2 SEC teams in the 14 playoffs, our last year as a 14 playoff, or Georgia misses the playoffs? Those are your 2 choices. More likely to happen. 2 SEC teams in, or Georgia misses the playoffs. That's your poll. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live. Taylor has that up for you already out there. It's been out an hour. You can go vote. It's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, cowan.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Rockstar, what year is it?
2023?
2023.
Got it.
Does anybody remember back when you used to write checks and you would always screw up in January?
Oh, yeah.
I still write checks.
Do you really?
You do?
Yeah. You are so old school.
Why is that old school?
Because...
Make it a poll question, Taylor. Is it old school that Lance still writes a check?
I think it's 50-50 on people that write checks.
We'll find out in our poll question.
How's Rodrigo going to get his money if I don't write him a check?
Does he not have Venmo or Zelle
or cash?
Your bank doesn't have a thing where you can send. Your bank doesn't have a thing where
My
you can.
Vizsla breeder did not have Venmo either.
Yeah, but your bank doesn't have a thing where you could just type it in and it sends them the check. Almost any bank in the world has that.
I mean, almost all my stuff is auto pay. There are three things I write checks for.
You know what American businesses love?
What?
Auto pay.
Oh, heck yeah.
Because you know what happens in the Dunaway household?
You forget about it.
My gym membership, Brown said, I forget Paramount's even streaming. And I checked when Brown says he doesn't stream Paramount. Of course, who does?
You do.
I do.
Oh, well, you're rocking Google Play. How's that been going?
Yeah, $19.99 a month I was getting Google Play.
It's no telling. I know they've got these apps now that can tell, but the problem is I've got multiple websites or multiple email addresses, so I don't know if it really would show me exactly what I'm subscribing to. But I got bored last week, and Brown, you watched Gangs of London.
Yeah, I did. Is it back on?
Yeah, so season two is back. And so I'm paying $9.99 a month for AMC Plus, which I would never use.
I don't think I have that one.
But I watched the first episode, and you thought last year was over the top?
Yeah. So can I do the free trial and watch season 2? Because that's how I watched season 1.
I think you could do the free trial.
All right,
I went on and spent the $9.99. I'm just going to knock it out, and then this month I'm going to cancel.
Yeah, Jerry with an E, my 81-year-old father still writes checks.
Okay. You and an 81-year-old.
Take your shot. Look, it's fine.
No, I just, if anything requires a check.
I still buy stamps.
Really?
Well, I mean, I got to mail the check.
It's a circle.
You flip your little red flag up on your mailbox?
Do they even have those flags
We
anymore?
had a really good client come in yesterday, and he handed me a check. There are people that write checks.
I get so. I mean, I got a good check yesterday. I'm not going to complain about, but I get.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that one. But I do get frustrated when I get paid by check because it's just a pain. I just put it in my account, man.
I got to take this money to a bank myself.
Actually, no. I have to open my phone and do the picture and do all that crap.
I actually went. I walked in a bank yesterday, and I got a Dum Dum, the cream soda that I like.
They still do that at the bank? They have suckers?
They still make Dum Dums? Maverick, I
Friends
won't.
at America's First.
Maverick, I won't read it, but I'd like to know the occupation. It's already gone past.
Oh, I got to dig this back up. Hang on.
Yeah. There it is. He pulled it back for you.
Oh my!
Man, Hammer Fist is getting it done.
Context.
6 figures.
Well, I mean,
Jay says I only write checks to these Xbox that bounce into our chat room over there.
I'm not a BCS Junior says I'm not a check snob. I'm just surprised Lance still writes checks. I don't. I think Rodrigo.
Elliot, I used to love the strawberry candy. Remember it came in the wrapper?
Yeah, it didn't look like a piece of.
Damn, I hadn't seen one of those in years.
What was that in the center? How would you describe the center?
Goo.
Yeah, there was
something that wasn't good for your insides.
All right, Dr. Pepper. This is our Dr. Pepper college football countdown. Last night was the national championship game. Dr. Pepper, one more day, bringing us a little college football here in the aftermath. And I'll use Michael's comment in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat rooms to start our Dr. Pepper conversation here. Alabama has lost 7 games in 5 seasons by a total of 58 points. And he writes, TCU did that in one night.
I mean, there are a million stats you could use. That one's pretty funny, though, actually.
That's Michael over there. 7 games in 5 seasons by a total of 58 points, and TCU did that in one night.
The unfortunate thing for Sonny Dykes and TCU and Max Duggan and everybody involved in that program is people are going to say they should have never been there.
Yeah.
And, we go back to
they shouldn't have.
We go back to Selection Sunday, though, and, you look at the 4 teams. I mean, did Alabama deserve to get in? Alabama's obviously much better.
I don't know, but you can't watch that game last night and tell me TCU deserved to be there.
But, and they're never going to live it down now.
They're not, and they shouldn't. That was embarrassing. They shouldn't live that down. They should have been better. But this is, by the way, and I saw some people saying the opposite of this last night. Very puzzling. Like, everybody says we need more teams in a playoff. Look at this game. Like, no, a 12-team playoff would have weeded out TCU.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't have made it that far.
That's right.
Yeah.
TCU would not have survived. That TCU team.
Because they'd have to win at least 2 to get there.
They would have run up against an Ohio State or an Alabama or a Michigan. A healthy, well, you can't say Michigan.
Yeah. Or Michigan without 2 pick sixes.
A healthy Tennessee, like if Tennessee had remained healthy. A USC. They would have run up against somebody that they would have gotten weeded out of a 12-team playoff. And that's one reason I'm excited about a 12-team playoff. Now, let me tell you what you're going to have to stomach throughout the rest of the country if you're a 12-team playoff. It's what you just brought up in the poll question.
And it's what we're going to get in, the SEC.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the SEC right now. It could be another conference down the line.
Well, likely it's going to be SEC and Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a lot of multiple teams in the Final Four from a singular conference. And
I thought you were going to say blowouts. We're going to have stomach blowouts.
Well, you're going to have to stomach that.
Much like Miami and Buffalo this weekend. First round blowouts happen. Kidding. They do it. The 12 o'clock.
I wish I could play in a conference like the NFC South and get a home game.
But you will admit the 12 o'clock kick on Sunday on playoff weekend is where they put the game they think will be least competitive.
No, it's actually the early Saturday game. That's where they used to always put the Houston Texans. It's the early Saturday game.
No, I think
they did put the Texans there, and I don't know why. But
no, that's the worst time slot. It's the early Saturday game.
So you think Seattle, San Francisco?
Seattle, San Francisco. Yeah, but it used to be the Texans there all the time.
As a fan and consumer, my favorites are the 2 Saturday games. And then I would bounce to the 3 o'clock Sunday and the Sunday night. Then I probably would go Sunday 12 and then Monday night's the worst.
Monday night's the least yuck.
Because I had it last year with the Rams.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't know if it any indication of the outcome. And trust me, Tampa Bay has probably an equal chance of getting blown out by Dallas as Miami does in Buffalo on the road.
I watched Dallas Sunday, man. They were a complete mess Sunday.
More of the Dr. Pepper college football recap here this morning on the next round. Rockstar, give me cut 3. I want to play this soundbite and then a great question by Ryan, not Ryan over here, but Ryan on our Twitter feed at Next Round Live that LT will need to use his gambling brain on. Here's Kirby Smart last night after another national championship for the Dogs.
I tell you what I admire is like the consistency with which they do it. I keep thinking that if you press the gas pedal too hard, you're going to run out of gas and they're going to be exhausted. I kept thinking maybe mentally the LSU game and then, doing this and doing that and then practicing this and going to Ohio State emotional, just roller coaster. Maybe we're just out of gas. And they never run out of gas. So that goes a lot of credit to our strength and conditioning program, our training staff, our kids committing to actually doing that. Like they actually go out and hit each other in the 15th week of the season over and over again, and they enjoy doing it. That's just not normal in today's day and age. People want an easier pathway.
Yeah, that's Kirby Smart with a national championship win last night. Here's the question from Ryan, which I think is fascinating because I'm not sure you can get this right. I'm not sure anybody could get this right. He says, if the national championship in college football was a best-of-3 series, what would the betting line be now in Game 2?
Oh, my gosh.
No, it would.
So I saw last night's game?
Yes. It would be inflated, but it wouldn't be as crazy as you guys
think. You don't think it would be Georgia 21.5? I mean, they were 13.5 last night.
Yeah, I think
but you don't think it would be like minus 40 or anything like that?
I think it would go from 13.5 to probably 19 or 20.
How quickly would you get there to?
I think I would take TCU this time.
Oh, not a chance.
I really do.
God, no, Lance.
How in the hell would you take TCU this time?
I only watched the first half. I didn't watch the second half. Lance, that's
Georgia,
men and boys.
Georgia played. Georgia played a perfect game, though.
Oh yeah, because TCU couldn't defend them. TCU couldn't stop them. Georgia would.
But I want to say this. So when it was 10-7, again, I was all over Georgia, and I told everybody that texted me yesterday, "What's the play tonight? Georgia is going to curb stomp this team." But early on, Quentin Johnston was missed early. He was wide open. Would have been a big play. You saw the big play that led to 10-7. The offensive line just didn't hold up, and I'm not saying it wouldn't in Game 2, but I don't think
have to be hit on for Game 1.
We're not going to get back-to-back 65-7.
That would be 65-7, but it'd be a blowout. TCU could not get if they played 3 games. Well, best of 3 would only be one more game. But if they played 3 full games, if we just played 3 full games, TCU could not get within 24 of Georgia.
Yeah,
in their final score.
Here's the only way with your betting line in Game 2. A week later, we'd say in Game 2. That Georgia wouldn't cover that number. That's if after Game 1, all the Georgia NFL players said, the NFL guys be like, I'm opting out of Game 2. We've proved our point here. I'm not playing in Game 2. I'm opting out.
Or the TCU guys are like, if you think I'm going back out there for that meeting,
I'm opting out.
Well, I'm saying maybe
Quentin Johnson would be like, I'm not going back out there.
Todd Monken could cost them 30 or 40 points. I mean, they finally utilized Brock Bowers last night.
Yeah. Well, I do feel like that he never got past page 3 of his game plan last night. He never had to go back and run anything off the stuff he'd already run.
Do you think he ever radioed down and said, let Stetson call these?
Yeah.
Just let Stetson call this series.
Make that another poll question, Taylor. I'd love to see what our viewers think of that. If it was a best-of-3 series, what would the Game 2 betting line be? And throw these options out there. LT's.
I think it would be 20.
Minus 20. Let's go minus 20, minus 30. Minus 40 plus. How about that?
I mean, come on.
Did you watch that?
I did watch it, but
you
again,
said it would have been 80-something to 7.
Yes.
It could have been, yes. They're that much better, but I'm just saying, just look at in-season numbers against teams like Missouri and Vanderbilt.
Yeah. There's a reason why Brown has your left nut right now.
Why?
I don't know.
I wish we'd put it on last night's game. You were dogging me out.
Yeah.
I thought I got it back with.
Nope. I've not accepted any bets involving your nut.
No, we talked about it. I thought I got it back with Georgia. Did I not?
No.
It's Clay Travis coming up on the other side. We'll talk to Clay about what we saw last night. He'll somehow tell us that Tennessee is the only team that has a chance. Let's play Match the Phrase. Clay will say at some point, I really believe the only team that has a chance of beating Georgia next year is Tennessee.
Well, I mean, when you look at the schedule.
But Clay will work that into the conversation.
He possibly could.
Yeah. All right. So that's coming up on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. JohnsonRVCenter.com, Brownie.
Hey, guess what? Johnston RV Center, the Coleman site right now, I-65 exit 304 there in Coleman. They have got these brand new Coachman Freedom Express. The whole line is there. And right now, that Freedom Express 192 RBS, you can get it for just $249 a month with approved credit. You heard me right. Closeout models at both locations, 334 in Decatur, off 65 and 304 in Coleman. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Clay Travis is next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself, so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey guys, tackling that WD has never been easier, and you can handle it discreetly in the Next Round store. I'm Jim Dunaway here to help you with wardrobe dysfunction.
Ooh, I like that hat.
We have new items to excite you daily. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Hats, long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, and so much more. Get the gear that we wear and say goodbye to WD forever. Wardrobe dysfunction can be a bad memory. Nextround.store. Nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Georgia's your national champion. I'd love to hear what Clay thinks as well. If the national championship game was a best of 3, what would the betting line in Vegas be for game 2 of the national championship series after what we saw last night? Sliced pizza. I hope some of you had some slice to go last night and enjoyed the game at home.
It's local pizza, local ingredients. I think everyone here at Double Down Media had slice at some point this past weekend. I finally tried that Hot Mama. Their specialty pizzas are incredible, created by the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff Jason, Chris, just incredible guys. And don't forget about that Curbside Family Pack Special. You can pick it up every single day. It's only $75, 12 fire-baked wings. You get a pan of the salad, any 2 of those specialty pizzas. Stop into one of those 3 locations, soon to be the 4th location next week in Crestline. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, Clay Travis with us, Outkick founder, at Clay Travis on Twitter, Fox Sports as well. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I mean, there's so many different directions we could go with what was an awful football game last night. But we were just talking about how history will not be kind to Georgia in terms of a discussion about greatest teams of all time, because so many people will say, yeah, but they beat TCU that badly, who didn't belong there. Not like Alabama beating Notre Dame or Ohio State or LSU beating Clemson or whatever. They beat TCU.
Yeah, I can understand that argument, but I think Georgia has helped because TCU beat Michigan. So as bad as you may think TCU played, I think in some ways the fact that they beat Michigan and hung 51 points on Michigan in the process is a validation of the win. Now, I think on a larger scale, I know some people are like, why do we even need a 12-team playoff? I think a 12-team playoff will make games like this one less common because you'll have to win 2 games even if you are one of the teams that gets a bye. And if you don't get a bye, you'll have to win 3 games. And the one thing that I don't think is getting enough discussion, this is looking ahead a year beyond next year because we'll still only have 4 teams next year, is we're giving automatic buys to a lot of teams that theoretically would not deserve them, and also seeding them in a way that is unfair. And I think I'm correct in this. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I think the 4 teams, let's pretend that this were the 2025, I guess, championship. The 4 teams this year that would have gotten a bye, Georgia would have been the 1. Your 2 would have been Michigan. Your 3 would have been Clemson, and your 4 would have been Kansas State. I think I'm correct in that. And I think if you look at the results we got in the bowl games, Alabama dominated Kansas State. Tennessee beat Clemson pretty comfortably, and Michigan ended up losing to TCU. Now, maybe that's just an aberration, but I think the biggest issue as you look forward is going to be people saying, wait a minute, why are we giving automatic buys to 10-3 Kansas State or 11-2 Clemson when their resumes would not otherwise reflect it? The one thing I would say needs to be changed if I had a magic wand in the 12-team playoff would be I think you take the top 4 teams that the committee says are the top 4, and those are the ones that get the bye regardless of whether they won conferences or not.
Yeah, so in other words, like you wouldn't want the NFL argument would be Jacksonville and Tampa have no business hosting a game. They can be in the playoffs, but just because they won crappy conferences or crappy divisions, they shouldn't be hosting games. So, and I agree. I agree with you on that.
The more you expand the playoff, the less that becomes an issue because those 4 teams would still have to win 2 games to get to the championship game. I think I'm correct in that, right?
Yeah.
And so, but is it fair to require the other teams to win 3 to get there? I think that's one way to think about it. I think probably what will end up happening, this is my theory, is that eventually they'll go to 16 and there won't be any buys at all.
Clay, with the question I'm about to ask you, let me set it up by saying I had Georgia last night. I thought they would win going away. I know you had Georgia last night.
Yeah.
But I was asked just a second ago before you came on if this was a best of 3, what the number would be in the second game. And I said it would only be 20 or 21. They're not going to jump it up to 30 or 40 because these are one-game situations. And you just brought up the fact this TCU team beat Michigan. Let's not forget, Michigan ended up running Ohio State off the field. Ohio State was up 14 on Georgia. Georgia's a much better team than TCU, but do you think the number would be higher than 21?
It's a good question. Somebody asked me, hey, if Georgia and TCU played 100 times, what would happen? And I think my answer to this is college football fans uniquely presume that whatever happens in one game would happen again in a way that doesn't happen if you're a fan of an NFL team, where you have double division games every year, and oftentimes teams can play 3 times in the postseason. It doesn't happen certainly in the NBA or Major League Baseball, where you have a 7-game series, and we understand that one team could win by 21 one game and lose by 20 the next game. I tend to think you'd have to go. I think the number would have to, because again, I think public perception on this would factor in a big way, and I think it'd be really hard to get any money on TCU because of the way people would respond after a 58-point win. So I think you'd have to go 24 or more in order to get any kind of significant dollar action out there.
I'm always confused in wording and why things make me feel uneasy, but can Alabama still be a dynasty and Georgia be the gold standard in college football at the same time? Can these two things exist at the same time? Or is it Georgia now the top dog and Alabama is trying to play catch up? How does Alabama fans look in the mirror and see themselves today, or how should they?
Well, I thought that was a great moment. I'm sure you guys have played or talked about David Pollock sitting next to Nick Saban and saying basically that Georgia is the gold standard. To me, I had this question with my kids, before Georgia played. They're like, Dad, what makes a team a dynasty? And I said, that's a really, interesting question. And my answer was you had to win at least 2 championships, right? Like you can't be a dynasty until you've won at least 2. And I think you have to be in the mix to have played 4 championships as well. In other words, you can't just have emerged 1-2 straight. And, this is where I think the overtime loss that Georgia had to Alabama factors in as well. I think that both things can be true in some way, because the Nick Saban era is a dynasty, right? Like Alabama has been in the midst of a dynasty from 2000, the second year of Saban, which I think was 2008, basically, all the way to the present day. That doesn't mean that Alabama's always been the best team in that era of Saban dynastic dominance. So I would say that Alabama since 2008 has been a dynasty, but that at different times, Clemson clearly has been the better team, and now Georgia is the better team. And it feels to me like Clemson is really kind of falling off in a big way in terms of being, a elite, VIP section. I think you guys asked at one point, member of the college football family. I think Clemson is back to, being status of top 15 programs. I think Georgia is the unquestioned top. I think Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia are the 3 best teams just based on consistent recruiting classes and everything else in terms of talent. And I think those teams are still all right there at the top. And all 3, interestingly, will have new quarterbacks in 23. So this will be a test to see exactly what that durability is.
Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Also, you see him on Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. To continue that, though, Georgia's schedule next year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy. And look, people are going to forget they had Oklahoma instead of Ball State, and the SEC asked them to reschedule that game. But even with that, Clay, it is going to be very difficult for them not to be in Atlanta and be contending for another playoff spot next year.
I think the only team that can beat them on the schedule, I was looking at that last night after about halftime when I realized that game was over to start to turn towards the next year. I think the only team that could beat them is Tennessee.
Yeah.
I don't think that's hyperbole or anything else. I mean, Georgia has to go to Tennessee. I think Tennessee is going to be a top 10 team. And obviously that'll be a massive game. The challenge is, Tennessee probably has a good chance to lose 2 games in the SEC. And so, I think that is the Tennessee has to go to Alabama, have to go to Florida. We'll see how those teams look. Texas A&M is also on that schedule. So we'll see whether the Aggies can bounce back. But to me, that is the one game, I guess, if you're a Georgia fan, that you circle and say, okay, this one could be. I mean, I don't think you guys disagree. I mean, I don't think there's any. I guess you could say Florida because it's a traditional rivalry game, but I think Florida is going to be, without Anthony Richardson, quite a bit worse next year, this upcoming year, in 23 than they were in 22, and they weren't very good in 22. So I think if you're a Georgia fan, the only thing you look at on that schedule and say, oh, we could lose that one is Tennessee and Neyland.
Yeah, I mean, I said that Tennessee would be double-digit favorites in every game, but possibly that one. So, yeah, we kind of got into that, and I kind of agree. So Kirby Smart at 47, 2 national championships. We were also talking about the fact that these college coaches now with NIL and different signing dates and transfer portal, they're working literally every single day of the year.
Yeah.
How long? Because, SEC Media Days this past year, we heard Kirby was kind of, burned out. Whether or not that was legitimate, who knows? But do you think Kirby Smart's around for another decade?
Well, so I'll use this as an example. You remember when I played the Regents and you were my caddy, and I hit a lot of bad shots out there, but I played with Kirby, right? So me and Kirby basically spent the day together, and that round took a long time, right? We were out there for like 5 hours or whatever, and I talked to Kirby some about this, and I mean he worked the whole time, right? You remember him like pulling off to the side and being like, "Oh, I got to go say hi to those guys."
Oh yeah.
He's a big time, high school football coach in the Birmingham area. He takes the cart and ramps it all, off the side into somebody's front yard. And I mean, it is all encompassing. And I think there are some guys like Saban who get advantaged, honestly, because I have a really good friend who is a coach, and we were out to dinner with them recently in the last month or so, and I was like, how many teenage boys' phone numbers do you have? And he was like, I don't know, 100, and I was like, in any other profession you would be, the biggest creep on the planet. People would be like, I don't know about that guy. He texted 16-year-old boys all the time. You got to question everything that he does. But the younger guys, and what I mean by this is the younger guys, because they're more adroit technologically, I think are more on the hook to have to check and see what these kids are putting out all the time, and they have to interact with them all the time. And to me, it's a really funny concept, because can you imagine being like, I'm 43, and can you imagine, like, I can barely keep up with the lingo that, I've got 3 boys, 2 about to be teenagers. Can you imagine trying to keep up with like constantly having to be cool and text with a 16-year-old? I can't think of anything more miserable or ridiculous of a job to do. The reason why I bring that up is I think that kind of stuff matters, and it has to be a massive burnout. You guys know I'm good friends with James Franklin. He, when he goes to the beach, has developed a system where he puts his phone in a baggie so it can still be used. He doesn't have to worry about the phone getting damaged too much while he's at the beach. I mean, to constantly be on the hook. And I would say that, to me, I know people say the NFL is, challenging because it's basically in, 8-8, 8-9 now, I guess 9-8 league where everybody basically goes 500. But the schedule allows you to have a life, when you're not in the season. It's not like you can recruit somebody. You have a draft pick and you either sign them or not. You can look around and all those other things. If you just like football, I almost think the NFL, especially in the NIL area, is going to have more appeal to college football coaches than it might have in the past. So, yeah, look, Kirby Smart's 1-2. Maybe he can take his foot off the gas a little bit and figure out a way to sort of run his lifestyle without running himself ragged. But I would imagine that would at some point, kind of weigh on you. But I don't think it'll weigh on him that much in 2023. Because I would be stunned if they're not back in the playoff next year.
Before you go, big picture. There was a feeling going in after beating Michigan that TCU making it to the national championship game was really good for the Big 12, right? But after last night, can you make a case that it was the worst case scenario for the Big 12 because of the way it played out? And we're going to discuss it later on, but I want your feedback in that.
I almost put up a poll question. Would you rather lose by like 5 or 6 points in the semifinal with your team, or lose by 58 in the championship game? Right? Because imagine that TCU goes against Michigan and loses like 34-31 on a last-second field goal, and then Michigan advances the championship game. I almost feel like the perception of TCU's brand is better than winning and losing by 58 in the championship game. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
And I wonder from a fan base perspective, this game was such a whipping last night that you had a lot of time to sit around and think, like you guys are. And, I did sports talk radio for a long time. So you're like, okay, the story's not going to be, why did they go for it on 4th and 1, in the third quarter? Why did they fake that punt? It's going to be like bigger picture questions. And that's one I was kind of working through. I think it's a really good question because on the one hand, you hate to lose, but if you lose and you play well, is that better than just getting absolutely obliterated? I mean, this TCU score is going to be one of these games that lingers for a long time, where 20 years from now, people are going to be like I got one tweet from a Notre Dame fan who was like, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, so no people can stop talking about the Notre Dame-Alabama game. I think it's going to be hard for this TCU beatdown to not linger in sort of a massive way.
All right, he is Clay Travis. You can read his work at Outkick, see everything at Outkick there. He's the founder there. Also, follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis, see him on Fox Sports. Thank you very much for the time, Clay. Have a great week.
All right, appreciate you all. See ya.
All right, man. See you, Clay, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Tell us about Nichols, and then I have one other football note, but I'll ask the question I just asked to Clay in our next segment to you guys, because I want your thoughts about that on the Big 12 reputation after what happened last night. But I have one thing that Herb Street broke last night that has developed this morning. I want your reaction to it. Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for 2023.
Well, right now at Nichols Outfitters, they've got 25% off in-stock Browning and Champion safes. Your firearms, your valuables, you got to keep them safe. And this is a savings potentially of hundreds of dollars. Safely secure your firearms, valuables, gold, cash, heirlooms with a safe from Champion or Browning at Nichols Outfitters. 25% off right now at Nichols. I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters, they know the outdoors.
Last night, Herb Street said in talking with Deion Sanders, who was also a guest on Game Day, Nick Saban was sort of a co-anchor, but Matt Stafford, Deion Sanders' other rolled through the Game Day desk. And he's, it was TCU and Colorado opening up the season next year, week 1, Colorado and TCU playing each other. But Deion Sanders, the Pac-12, and Arizona State have worked out to where week 0, Arizona State and Colorado will play each other. It'll be Deion's first game. And Herb Street sort of let that news out of the bag during the broadcast last night. And now it has been official that game's being moved, and ESPN is working on moving that game to prime time for prime time's debut, Arizona State and Colorado. That's a good thing, I think. If you're looking for attention for the Pac-12, get that game on ESPN in prime time and move it. You don't want it on the Pac-12 network where nobody can see it in week 0. Move that game and sort of kick off the college football season with Deion Sanders' first game. I sort of like that.
Yeah, I do too. And you heard Chris Fowler talking about his alma mater last night.
Right.
Herb Street was kind of taking some shots. I think going into next season, there's going to be obviously a lot of storylines, as there always is in college football. But one of the biggest is going to be Deion Sanders at Colorado.
Yeah, because Pac-12 is going to be pretty good next year, too. And it's going to be tough, I think, for them to compete. So this is an opportunity to see him before Colorado kind of gets shuffled, into the bottom of the deck, honestly. That's where I think Colorado's going to be this year, bottom of the deck.
And that's a great place for them to play week 0.
Yeah, at least I get to see it before, they kind of fall back into irrelevance while he builds them.
Northwestern's highlight this year was winning a week 0 game against Nebraska, and they didn't win again.
That was their only win. That and playing Ohio State close in crappy weather. Those are the two high moments for Northwestern.
Okay, so Big 12 reputation after last night, did it actually hurt them in the Big 12 more than by them playing in the game last night?
I got a good stat on that.
And I asked Rockstar earlier, I said what year it was, and I never, on the reason I asked him that question, I went into us writing checks. But Rockstar, what year is it?
God, what did I say earlier? 2023?
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right.
Still the correct answer. 23% off because it's 2023 on everything in the Next Round store all week. Now, this ends on Friday, so you got to act now. But 23% off the hats, the hoodies, the T-shirts, the long-sleeve T-shirts, everything. a great time to jump in that hoodie game, saving 23%, because that's usually, right, the hoodies are usually the high-end, high-price items in there. Is that the most expensive? Yeah, so you get 23% off of that. That's practically free in my economy.
We're just giving it away.
23% off. And because it's 2023, Happy New Year to you guys. Thanks for making 2022 a great year. Nextround.store, nextround.store. Easy link off our website at nextroundlive.com. All right, when we come back, more college football. At the top of the hour, we'll join the Kirby Smart News Conference out in Los Angeles as he accepts more than the College Football Championship trophy. He gets all the other ones that are handed out in college football, including the AP National Championship trophy. And we'll hear from Kirby Smart, the national championship coach. Final hour includes Andy Kennedy and Brock Huard on the show. Big show ahead right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Just in case you're wondering and planning ahead, semifinal games next year. January 1st.
That means Rose and Sugar, right?
At the Rose and Sugar Bowl, Brown. Yep. I'll finish that sentence there.
Oh, God,
Monday, January 1st, though. So it's a Monday.
2024.
Mm-hmm. And then January 8th in Houston. Now, could it be our second trip to Houston as a show? Because this year's Final Four also in Houston.
It doesn't need to be back in L.A. That needs to be a one and done there.
Yeah, well, I mean, just how bad was the weather when we were in Santa Clara? And now you back it up with that bad
Terrible.
weather, and then Indianapolis. I mean, let's just. I mean, I know it's the bid out process.
Let's go warm weather,
but let's bid into some paradise.
Yeah, I've always said that when it comes to Super Bowls, but we got lucky both. We didn't get lucky. I mean, this is the way that Southern California weather typically is. I mean, that was an outlier last night, but when we went to the Rose Bowl in 9 and 13, the weather was great.
Yeah, the weather was fantastic. My issue is less weather and more, you couldn't tailgate and all that there. We don't need to go to a place where you can't tailgate.
But I heard Rick Neuheisel this morning talking that he was in the 5th level.
Yep.
And they put him, when you run out of press box room, what is it called?
Auxiliary. Yeah, the auxiliary
he was in
press
the
box,
auxiliary.
yeah.
And he said it was so bad that the wind was blowing in and the rain was coming in that they were handing out umbrellas to the media and blankets.
Blankets.
Rick Neuheisel is in the auxiliary press?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
I was texting with some people from the SEC office that said it was very cold inside the stadium.
Josh Pate sent me a picture.
Oh, yeah. What pay you have? Tailgating prohibited. Yeah, Pate should have sent you that.
They actually had the signs
So
up all
silly.
around the parking lot.
Yeah.
Tailgating prohibited.
Yeah, you can knife somebody in our parking lot. But don't tailgate.
What kind of football game do you prohibit tailgating? I mean, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Do they not allow you to tailgate during Rams games?
Of course they
Charger
do.
games?
This is everybody said this is not a SoFi thing. This is a college football playoff thing. That it's not about SoFi. Don't blame
if it's
SoFi.
college football playoff thing, then it's going to transfer.
I know,
wherever
which
we
is
are.
stupid. Which is absolutely stupid that you don't let fans tailgate. Dumbest thing.
Yeah, part of the show today is not dumb. It is our friends at Gutter Cap. If you're ever thinking about why am I climbing this gutter? Why am I up there digging stuff out?
Climbing the old gutter.
You know what I'm saying.
You ever hung from a gutter?
I have not. I never thought I'd be good at that. Well, climbing the ladder to clean the gutter out. 2023. It's our friends at Gutter Cap to get that thing capped.
Dirty, dangerous job. The last thing you want to do is get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. You can also go online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
We haven't heard from the TCU side of this yet. Let's start with Cut 8, Max Duggan. Last night, he played his ass off all season long to get him to the national championship game. He missed a couple open throws early on. He was pressured last night. Couldn't run the football. Couldn't do anything he had done all year.
He was overwhelmed with the speed of Georgia.
Oh,
you
there's
could
no
tell
doubt, yeah.
when in most games watching Duggan this year, he could get to the edge and make something happen. He couldn't get to the edge on that Georgia defense.
Yeah.
Here's Max. Go ahead.
Did you do this from the Mystery Machine? Does Scooby talk any in this?
Here's Max Duggan.
Everybody knows how good they've been, this year and prior years, and we knew that. I think tonight was one of those nights where, at least offensively, we couldn't get anything rolling. They were playing well on defense. We were shooting ourselves in the foot. I was making bad decisions, and I wasn't executing well, not putting us in a position to, score some points and, move the ball. But, they're a great team. Obviously, that's not what we thought was going to happen or, wanted to happen or what we worked for. But, yeah, it was just, one of those nights where we couldn't really do much on our end.
So that first interception he threw was an awful throw. Just a terrible, terrible throw.
Because on the replay, you could see if he throws it towards
If he
more
leaves
of the
the
middle
yeah.
of the field,
That's right.
it's going to be a touchdown most likely.
He throws it, lofts it, and throws it behind his receiver. Easy pick for Georgia.
Part of that was the pressure that was coming at him.
There's no doubt. And it was a throw that is thrown by a guy that a lot of the season has just been able to throw it up and have open receivers.
His NFL receiver beat the
Maybe not
non-NFL
defensive
DBs
ends.
in the
That
Big
was
12.
a very good pick.
Oh, the first one or
Yeah.
the second one?
Well, the second one
The
over
one
the
right
middle.
before the half.
No, the one right before the half should have been a pick six.
Oh, absolutely, it
Yeah,
should have
yeah.
been. That was. I was going to say that was a worse throw.
But you're talking about the over-the-shoulder
I'm talking about
catch.
the over-the-shoulder
Yeah.
catch.
But it was a terrible pass.
Yeah.
But the second one, that was a worse interception to me because you had nothing on that football. I mean, that ball was fluttering. You had two guys that could have made that pick.
Sonny Dykes, a little bit to LT's point that if they played a best-of-3 series, Game 2's betting line would only be about minus 20.5, minus 21.5, because Sonny Dykes says one thing led to another last night.
She did a great job, got off to a fast start. We answered, cut it to 10-7, and then for whatever reason, it went downhill from there. And so we'll sit down as a staff and, begin trying to figure out what happened tomorrow, and make sure it doesn't happen again and learn from it. I think that's the best thing that happens when you face adversity like this. You make mistakes and you learn from them, and you get better as a program, you get better as a coach, you get better as players, and the next time you handle the situation a little bit better. But we ran into a really good team, and we did some very uncharacteristic things, and it snowballed on us, and that hasn't happened to us one time this year, that we hadn't been able to fight our way back and figure out a way to get back in the game or win the game, and we weren't able to do it tonight. So
it's easy.
We'll self-evaluate and make corrections and go from there.
It's easy to say Georgia has better athletes, and they do, a lot better.
Yeah.
But that team was also not as well coached as the Georgia team. Todd Monken's plan was good.
Yeah.
Kirby had the team dialed in exactly right mentally, emotionally. Sonny Dykes did not. Sonny Dykes did a poor job this week getting his team down from Michigan and up ready to play for this game. They didn't have good ball plays ready to go. And he was SMU before this, Cal before that, La Tech.
Louisiana Tech.
Yeah.
Cal.
SMU, yeah.
We're trying to figure out how many more times Kirby will be in that spot, how many more times maybe Nick Saban will be in that spot. Can Dabo get back there? Will Mike Norvell get there? Would you think that guy will ever be there again?
Oh, God, no. I was going to ask you this, and it's a very 4-downs-like question. If I made you pick a side from this point forward, I do not count this year, okay? From this point forward, just in Big 12 games, Sonny Dykes above or below 500 at TCU?
I will say his record will be way worse than Gary Patterson's, and I will say I'll go below 500.
I'll go above 500.
I'd go below. I think I'm with you. I'd go below.
And I've never been a Sonny Dykes fan going back to the Cal days.
Yeah.
I went through his record last week, and I said it's amazing he's in this situation. This is the only really good year he's ever had. But I did think he did a really good job against Michigan coaching.
He did, but
yeah, last night.
Okay. So they play a 9-game schedule, right?
I don't have their flip card in front of me. I did not look at theirs last night. I can pull it up, but I think I remember him telling the story that when he got on campus after taking the job, he looked at his offensive lineman, got a transfer in, and is riddled with 5- and 6-year guys on the offensive line, losing Duggan, losing the big NFL wide receiver. I think their 2 corners are NFL-like talent.
Yeah.
Very old team, and I know it's easy to say it's Gary Patterson's players. I'm with you, Brown. I don't think he's a 500 coach.
Can we do a 3-year bet?
No, I was going to go 8 years. I was going to say give him 8 more years. That's 72 games in conference. What do you think his record is in those 72
I don't know
games?
if he'll be around 8 years.
Okay, well, how many years do you want to do?
If he's not around in 8 years, because he's going to eat off this bear for a little bit. If he's
You've got to give him 5.
If he's not there 8 years from now, he's not over 500.
I mean, that's 45 if you give him 5 years, obviously. That's so 45, I will say, in 45 games, I mean, it's just below. I'll say he's 23 and 22 in those 45 games.
Well, that's a winning record.
No, I mean 22 and 23. Excuse me, 22 and 23.
I will go.
You're threading the needle there, aren't you?
Yeah, he's below 500 though.
I'll go.
You can pick any record you want.
Counting bowl games and/or playoff games.
Well, no, he said in the Big 12.
In the Big 12. That's all I'm saying. Is his Big 12
no
record.
out of conference.
No, this is just his conference record.
Oh, okay. Let's just do Big 12 conference.
So let's
games.
just do 3 years.
3 years. I'm fine with that.
No, so now we're down to 27 games.
I believe I'm pulling for Sonny Dykes.
We're doing a stake bet, and I'm taking less than 500.
Yes.
Over the next 3 years in just Big 12 games, counting Big 12 championship games if they happen to be there. But of course, if they're there, that means I lost.
Yeah, 27 games, so we're going to get an odd number, so it's going to be a win or a loss. There's going to be no tie here.
Well, I don't know if you're getting an odd number or not because they're going to.
I thought they were a 9-game schedule.
I guess they are.
Yeah, 9-game schedule, 27 games. Yeah.
Well, if he's in a championship game, then
he ain't going to be in a championship game, but you've lost it if he is. You ain't going to worry about it.
Big 12, I've got anti-Sunny. You've got always Sunny in Fort Worth. Works out good. Hey, listen, Forrester's got this. It's always good in the middle of the game. The middle of the game. I think it was 8:39 p.m. when I saw this on Twitter.
Okay.
So that was 8:39, probably Central Time. I'm not going to swear it was 8:39.
So it's 2 hours into the game, so we're halftime. Maybe.
Yeah, basically halftime.
Mm-hmm.
The official Georgia football Twitter account sends out Hypno Dog. We've heard Hypno Toad.
Right.
They send this out. The official Georgia website.
During the game?
During the game sends this out.
Well, I think it was safe.
Yeah. When Georgia scored to make it 24-7, that game was absolutely over. There was no win for TCU when it was 24-7. So you could have sent it out there.
I couldn't believe at halftime. And I guess you've got to say the right things if you're Sonny Dykes, but he's like, hey, man, we've got to come out. We've got to make some plays, and we got to try to make this a game. And then I thought it was funny that I think it was Chris Fowler said that I think Brian Kelly in this situation had the best response when they came out against Alabama. And he said, our only hope is if Alabama doesn't come out of the tunnel.
Absolutely. Yep. And he was right. He was right then, and Sonny Dykes would have been right last night.
I love Kirby's quote, though. To Holly, Kirby said, we signed up for 60 minutes.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I appreciate that too. And if he had not lifted, there's no telling what it would have been. I had the stat.
Kirby said they were going hunting last night.
Yeah.
In his visor.
Eating off the floor and going hunting.
He does. The more he wins, a little bit more country he gets, doesn't he?
I like it. So you were talking about the image of the Big 12 Conference.
Yes.
So here's my stat. And you guys know I'm going to be consistent here. I don't make rash judgments on bowl games, right? I mean, I've always said that. I think way too much is played up in a conference.
In fact, you say they're exhibitions.
They are exhibitions.
Yep.
However, this is a pretty big sample size I'm about to give you. The Southeastern Conference played in the postseason the Big 12 Conference champion and runner-up, Kansas State and TCU, the Big 10 runner-up in Purdue, the ACC champion in Clemson, and the combined score was 204-48 against those four opponents. The Big 12 champion Kansas State, the Big 12 runner-up TCU, the ACC champion Clemson, the Big 10 runner-up Purdue. In those four games versus the SEC in the postseason, combined score 204-48.
You got to throw in the Big 10 third-place team, Ohio State.
I don't.
Or second place.
But I can if you want to. I mean, you'll have to do the math.
Well, then you're cherry-picking at that point.
Why am I not? I'm not cherry-picking. I'm doing teams that were playing for the conference championship.
Okay.
Ohio State did not play for their conference championship.
They were in the playoffs, though.
But
I feel
they
like
didn't play for their conference championship.
I'm an SEC guy. I
Okay,
feel like
Jim?
you're cherry-picking.
What was the final?
42-41.
42-41. So 89. 246-89. Does that make you feel better?
No. I
Okay.
just let's don't leave out the closest game by the SEC team against a quality opponent.
Okay, well, they didn't play for their conference championship, but if you want to put that in there, 246-89.
The de facto national championship game.
Jim will do his stat at Jim Dunaway. This is at Ryan Brown Live. But the SEC faced the two teams of the Big 12 championship, the ACC champion and the Big 10 runner-up, and beat them by a combined score of 204-48.
Not really surprising when you look at those conferences.
That's a big margin, though. You have to give me that. That's a huge margin.
Chuck writes in and says, if you put Alabama in a conference, LSU in a conference, and Tennessee in the conference, ACC, Big 12, Pac-10, doesn't matter what order you put them in. He says, what are the chances that Alabama, LSU, and Tennessee would have won those conferences?
Probably pretty good. And by the way, and I've said this for weeks, this was a down year in the SEC.
Which scares a lot of people.
Yeah. Can I make one more observation?
Yes.
47 AP voters had TCU number 2 today.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the...
that's just stupid.
No, that's just the, hey, these four teams were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we are going to... We're going to have those four teams finish 1, 2, 3, 4 in some order.
Yeah, well, that's stupid.
And Alabama's ceiling is 5, and that's where they were in the AP
that's
poll.
dumb voting. There's no way you watched that game last night and said, that team on the field that has lost 2 of their last 3 games and just got beat by 1,000 is the second best team in college football. That's stupid.
But you, as an AP voter, have said all the time, there's no way you could put TCU behind Michigan.
No, I'd still have Michigan, but I wouldn't have TCU number 2.
So you'd have – but then what do you do with Ohio State, who Michigan beat?
Yeah. Well,
you're talking yourself in the circle.
These are points I made when I set that line at 21.
Yeah, but you can't put TCU number 2. You'll give me that.
I think you have to.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Why do you have to?
Because
you watched that game last night.
They beat Michigan.
Yeah, you can't put them behind Michigan.
I can't. I'm not.
You can't put them behind Ohio State.
Them being number 2 is not. I'm not telling you the gulf between 1 and 2. I'm just telling you they're number 2.
By the way, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't, but it's just dumb voting. This is why we can't. No, it does matter. Because if we let voters like this determine like playoff seeding and things like that, that's stupid voting.
But that's your philosophy. That's your philosophy.
It is, but you can't have TCU number 2. I'm fine. You put Michigan behind them. That's okay. Don't put them number 2.
Okay, so who's going to be number 2?
Hell, you put anybody there.
Well, no, you.
But where do you put Ohio State?
Go
ahead and put Ohio State. Michigan
Ohio State has played since the Michigan game, and they almost beat Georgia. I'd put Ohio State there.
Okay, and then TCU 3, Michigan 4. Do you move Alabama in because they beat Kansas State? I could put Alabama in.
They destroyed Kansas State. Yeah, I could put Alabama in front of TCU.
In a
They're a better team than
non-playoff
TCU.
game, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Games are games. They destroyed Kansas State. They're
how
better.
many bowl games are exhibitions?
So, so where do you put TCU?
I'd probably have TCU 6th or 7th.
Because they played in a playoff game against the best team in the country.
Well, they lost 2 of their last 3 games. I don't know what you want me to do with that. What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
They've lost 2 of their last 3.
You have these hard rules when you're an AP voter.
Yeah.
I was more of a nuanced guy.
Yeah, you are contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself at all. I told you I would put Michigan behind them.
Okay, but Bama in then they lose 2 regular season games?
Bama did lose 2 regular season games. TCU lost 2.
Then you got to put Michigan in front of Ohio State, though.
There's a
they beat them in Columbus.
Hang on. As I always say, when you've got equal records, that comes into play. First of all, TCU's record is not equal to Ohio State's. I know Michigan's is. And when it's a round robin, and this is not, I'm just explaining to you my philosophy. This is not. When it's a round robin, that goes out the window because A could have beaten B, B beats C, C beats A. So, you throw that out. That's not the case here. I understand that. I'm just explaining to you my philosophy there.
I was still planning what I was going to have for Thanksgiving last time Ohio State won a game.
Yeah, you did.
And you're going to put them number 2 in the country?
Do you think they're better than TCU?
Do I think Ohio State's better? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, but I think Alabama's better than TCU.
Okay,
I think
put them in front of TCU.
I think Tennessee, not healthy, not even with Hendon Hooker, is better than.
Then you know what you should have done? You should have put them in front of TCU.
Yeah. Well, I'm not an AP voter, so I don't give a
But if you were
damn.
an AP voter, would you have TCU number 2?
And again, what does this really matter?
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to vote, it matters.
See, they don't do a college football playoff ranking at the end of the year.
Do you ever look at the AP poll?
Not afterwards. Like, not now. I really don't care.
I was up when it came out last night. Sent it out.
Okay, so it
And
matters
Next
to
Round
Jim.
Live, yeah. No, it doesn't matter. It just
why'd you send it out from Next Round Live?
Because it was content at 12:42 in the morning.
Meaningless content? You're sending out meaningless
You're
content?
always telling me content, man. Content.
There's
all
no
about
way
content.
TCU should be number 2.
Our friends at Hemp Hill. He always takes a long drink when he feels like he's wrong there. It's his tell.
Did you see Nate Oates yesterday after he said that about the arena?
Our friends at Hemp Hill getting you ready for this 2023 year, whether it's heating, cooling, or plumbing, they can take care of it for you.
Yeah, hey, for the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call from our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Just mention you heard it here on the Next Round. When you call, Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill, they want to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Back with you on the Next Round. We will get back to more college football in the national championship game right after it is LT who will tell us about New York Butcher Shop. We just made another stake bet about TCU over the next 27 Big 12 regular season games, whether or not Sonny Dykes will be a 500 coach or not. I've got him being less than 500. LT has him over the 500 mark.
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Okay, before we continue the football, something just happened on the replay of Get Up that I just saw. I didn't watch it live today. Mike Tannenbaum, who used to be GM of the Jets, right?
Yep.
Just said that if he was the GM of the Bears, he would be pushing in the room to trade Justin Fields for whatever he could get, the haul that would bring in, and he would take Bryce Young first overall. Just your knee-jerk reaction to that.
Look, Bryce Young, if I'm leaning, probably will end up being a better quarterback than Justin Fields, but you've already put something into Justin Fields. You've got this system around him. Justin Fields needs playmakers. Justin Fields at times – Brown, I know you watched him against your Dolphins.
Oh, he was fantastic.
Yeah,
Set an NFL record for rushing as a quarterback.
He looks really good, and one of the reasons he's running so much is because his offensive line isn't good, and he doesn't have good options at wide receiver.
But I think if you're trading Justin Fields, you'd have to trade him for a couple of receivers.
But I think what he is looking at, so he's saying just trade Justin Fields and use that first pick, right?
Trade Justin Fields
keep
away.
the first pick.
Get parts in and keep Bryce Young.
Yeah, and you would have to trade more than Justin Fields to get the number 1 overall.
Well,
they've got the number 1
yeah,
overall.
Okay, so
So he's the Bears.
saying keep that pick. So what he's saying is
draft Bryce Young, trade Justin Fields.
He's saying you can get more out of Justin Fields than you can out of the first pick.
That's right.
Because Justin Fields is a known commodity. So if you can get more out of trading him than you can out of the first pick, and it's safe because you like Bryce Young in his case, or C.J. Stroud if that's who they like.
People would say, oh, Justin Fields is Josh Allen, or Justin Fields is Patrick Mahomes, whatever they're saying about Justin Fields, and you could get more parts, and you go Bryce Young, the unknown.
Again, I think, just bringing up Clay's scenario that he threw out there, something like trading back to 8, 9, 10, 11 and getting a quality player that you need defensively and then drafting a wide receiver would make more sense to me.
For instance, if I thought Houston or Indianapolis liked Justin Fields, and I can trade him and get their pick, and now I've got the number 1 pick, and then I come right back around to the first round with, whatever picks those are, then I can start stocking up. I can take Bryce Young and a receiver, C.J. Stroud and a receiver, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Or offensive lineman or whatever it might be.
I just think you've seen too much in Justin Fields. There's too much upside. Now,
I agree. I would not do this.
It could quickly go the other way, but we don't know how good Bryce is going to be. I assume he's going to be really good.
Yeah, I do too, but I know what Justin Fields is and what he possibly could be. It's all a gamble at quarterback. Kirby Smart had a conversation yesterday with Mark Richt before the game. Mark Richt, one of I think it was, what number did I tell you, 25, 23 people that were announced yesterday they're going into the College Football Hall of Fame, including names like Tim Tebow and Eric Berry and Jeremy Maclin, Roy Kramer, former SEC commissioner, Reggie Bush, Luke Kuechly. But Mark Richt's one of the coaches that is going into the College Football Hall of Fame. Kirby Smart said this after Georgia's national championship win last night.
I would like to say congratulations to Coach Richt, who got elected in the College Football Hall of Fame today, I think. And I texted him earlier and so happy for him. And he texted back immediately, kicked that ass tonight. And I knew he was behind us and really happy for him. But should this guy go in, that's a long time away. I think 20 years from now when he comes back, we'll be able to talk about that. But, again, I don't know those prerequisites. I know he's got GOAT status in Athens, Georgia forever.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett has GOAT status in Athens, Georgia forever, but he doesn't have the current criteria that will put him in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Nope, sure doesn't.
That's
which
really
needs
incredible.
to be changed.
Yeah, it does. It does. You know, we talked about it with Mike Leach. You know, you've got to win a certain percentage of your games. He's right under that. So Mike Leach, at least right now, will never be in the College Football Hall of Fame, which makes no sense. You know, and another thing that I said yesterday about Stetson Bennett, we were ranking the quarterbacks. I mean, look, Stetson coming off that game, knee jerk. It's easy to say. You can make the argument that he is the best quarterback. But all I'm saying with those teams, with those Georgia teams, you can't tell me guys like Aaron Murray and Matt Stafford wouldn't have won national championships.
I don't disagree.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't disagree at all. But it is kind of crazy that Stetson Bennett can't be a College Football Hall of Famer.
Yeah, those criteria probably will be changed by the time we get to the point where Stetson will be in there.
Well,
I feel like there's a snowball building. It's going to be changed sooner rather than
there
later.
could be a committee like in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, right?
Or they just start a new Hall of Fame.
I don't know what the answer is.
I mean, NASCAR did it. I mean, we had the Motorsports Hall of Fame here in Talladega, and then they decided, hey, we're going to start a NASCAR Hall of Fame.
One just for NASCAR guys.
Yeah,
no, I just think we should have a common sense
Common Sense Hall of Fame?
Yeah. I mean, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, it is not that difficult. We will go to Los Angeles the morning after championship news conference, where it's a tradition. This has happened in my career all the way back to, I remember having to get up early and cover Gene Stallings picking up some trophies the next day after Alabama beat Miami, and it continues. When we come back, we'll head to L.A. and take a sneak peek at what is going on and listen to Kirby Smart live this morning. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Always drink responsibly in 2023 and help the brand grow as it spreads all over America into more states in 2023.
Yeah, just ask for it by name. It's available at your local package, including Pink Package of the Beverage Place, ABC stores, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Ask for it by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we'll head out to Los Angeles shortly to check in on Kirby Smart and the National Championship News Conference that happens the day after the National Championship. Georgia's your champs again. Let's do the headlines this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I have sent a text to all of you, but I will announce it verbally. We're about to enjoy some of those hand-cut chicken fingers and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. That is what he's bringing up here today. Sterling is on his way. He'll be here in about 29 minutes to serve us lunch. From our friends at Champy's Chicken. You can experience that greatness any day. Opens at 11, and it's right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. A wonderful menu, including the Southern fried chicken plates, all the wonderful sides. It is just a wonderful place to make a destination for lunch or dinner. Make something special happen at Champy's Chicken. Sterling and his crew there, open for lunch right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Here's your headlines. Georgia, back-to-back national champions, 65-7 over TCU. Not a whole lot to say about that game other than it was a monumental beatdown on several fronts. The SEC has now won 6 out of 9 college football playoffs. Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, LSU, Alabama, Georgia, and Georgia. That is 4 straight, 5 of the last 6, and 6 of 9 for the Southeastern Conference, or as Bill Walton Dunaway likes to call it, the Conference of Champions. It's hard to argue. We will hear from Kirby Smart secondly in a second. Other news away from the national championship, and we spoke mostly about the national championship in the first 2 hours. Auburn pulls in a couple of more portal guys. One of them is a playmaker, both in special teams and at running back. Brian Batty leaves South Florida to come to Auburn. That announcement yesterday. He was a 1,000-yard rusher and an All-American returner specialist. So he brings great speed, played in 31 games over 3 years with South Florida, so he has some seat time. He joins Nick Mardner, a wide receiver at Cincinnati, and specifically at Hawaii, a 6'6" receiver who's played in 33 games, and he worked with assistant Marcus Davis in his time out at Hawaii. So those moves being made. A couple other moves in the SEC. One leaving the SEC, one coming to the SEC. The one coming to the SEC, John Campbell. John Campbell from Miami to Tennessee. He's played in 33 games on that Miami offensive line. He's joining the Volunteers. And then Arkansas safety Jalen Catalon, a couple of times a preseason All-American. that's battled some injuries. He's left Arkansas, and he's going to Texas. So a pretty good get for Texas. If he can stay healthy, that guy has NFL talent.
Yeah, Catalan's good. I think what you're seeing here is the Texas collective stepping in.
Getting a little money for him there.
I mean, yeah, and it's doing it in the portal, not just in recruiting. And a guy that we know, I mean, Catalan, when healthy, is an all-SEC type player.
Yeah, and if you're
It's a good
Sark,
get.
are you not selling it as, hey, we're building this thing. This is going to be our year. Look, TCU was able to do it from our conference, but we're going to be able to turn it around and do it this year.
Auburn and Ole Miss play basketball tonight, 8 o'clock. That's on ESPNU and the Auburn Network. This will be the third game in 7 days for the Auburn Tigers. They got that crunch part of the schedule where they played Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday. So that's what is up tonight for Auburn after their best defensive performance of the year against a quality win over Arkansas. We'll see what Bruce and the Tigers do tonight on the road in Oxford against Ole Miss. Those are your headlines as we get ready to talk a little bit more about the college football playoffs. One other note away from the playoffs while we're waiting on that to get going out there. What?
I was just reading our friend Maria Martin. I'm reading into this, by the way. Maria Martin, who covers sports in Atlanta, 11 Alive, shows a
two-time
photo.
Sportscaster of the Year.
Shows a photo from the press conference we're about to watch, and it says it'll be Kirby Smart, Javon Bullard, and Brock Bowers. Bowers is replacing Stetson Bennett this morning.
Oh, I wonder why.
I wonder if they can find Stetson Bennett this morning. Last game, 25 years old, L.A.
Dennis Dodd tweets, Stetson Bennett will not be at this morning's press conference. Can't say I blame him, says Dennis Dodd.
I mean.
Well, remember last year he was still, I think, 1.1. What would he have blown?
He was drinking the Pappy, wasn't he?
Yeah. Last night in L.A., I mean, for Stetson's sake, it's 9 o'clock there. I mean, I hope he's waking up in a suite overlooking the city right now.
What were people critical of? He was drinking Pappy. Was it like he was drinking it straight from the bottle and people were critical of that or something like that?
Bourbon snobs.
Yeah.
You can't drink it like that.
Yeah. Started a glass.
Watch me.
Yeah. But I bet he had more fun last night in L.A. than he did in Indy.
Y'all never done Pappy on Bama and Bourbon, right?
No.
Is Pappy, because I hear different.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I hear different
the
thoughts
true
on it.
like bourbon snob is going to be like Pappy is overrated.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I've never had Pappy.
Yeah, I've just always wondered because you talk to some bourbon people and they swear by it,
Yeah.
and you talk to some and they're like, look, I mean, it's all about it being exclusive, but it doesn't taste any better than fill in the blank.
Yeah, it is very exclusive though.
Yeah.
It's a marketing ploy.
Well, I mean, again, as I told somebody, look, if you can convince people to line up at 2 in the morning at an ABC store with a chance to get 4 bottles,
That's right.
you got something. I don't know what it is, but you got something.
One other thing I wanted to talk about is, do you guys believe this Cliff Kingsbury? I mean, I don't understand why fans are wanting him in Tuscaloosa.
I don't either.
Do we think that is a possibility? Have you heard? You're our not a rumor guy, but you're our behind the scenes buzz guy.
More I've been, the more I've heard is about the defensive coordinator side for Alabama is, Pete Golding and the interest from Ole Miss, potentially in Pete Golding, and Alabama's interest in some other guys. And, I continue to just work on the assumption from things I've been told that Bill O'Brien is going to be in New England next year. Yeah. So, I do think there'll be an opening. I haven't heard if it's going to be filled by Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know how Saban would feel about him at all.
Well, on those two fronts, Bill Belichick, who said yesterday he is coming back, is 25-25 in his last 50 games.
Yeah.
So he needs Bill O'Brien.
It seems like he lost a pretty good player about 50 games ago.
That's about right.
Yeah.
He needs Bill O'Brien.
He does. He needs it. I mean, the Matt Patricia thing was a failure.
And Mac Jones needs Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. Josh McDaniels, I guess, is going to survive in Vegas.
Yeah, I would say he is.
I'm surprised by that. I thought he would.
1 year.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me if Josh also gets Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and he may, and that's going to change his fortunes there. But I was going to say, if Josh McDaniels got fired, Belichick would have 2 guys he's had a level of comfort with going back to, but I think a bigger level of comfort with Bill O'Brien than Josh McDaniels. But look, if McDaniels doesn't get fired, that's irrelevant. Bill O'Brien will be the obvious hire for him.
And Cliff Kingsbury got fired yesterday officially, and that has some of you hoping he's in a crimson shirt, and we'll see if that ever happens or if anybody in Tuscaloosa and Power is interested in that, Nick Saban. But Cliff Kingsbury, when he got the head coaching job in the NFL, remember, he was below 500 coach in college.
Yeah, with Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback.
Your stats, they're called percentages for a reason, right? They usually tell you something about who you are. He was 35-40 at Texas Tech, which is a 43% winning percentage. In the NFL, he was 28-37-1, which is a 43% winning percentage. He has the same winning percentage in college that he had in the NFL.
He's got a nice house.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Rocky?
He does have a nice house.
I have not.
Yeah, it's like Bill Parcells always said. At some point, you are what your record says you are. And Cliff Kingsbury is a below 500 coach.
Well, and look,
but that doesn't mean he'd be a bad offensive coordinator.
But at Texas Tech, Mike Leach had success. Joey McGuire is having success right now. You had Pat Mahomes to work with in college. You've got Kyler Murray now, a guy that has won a Heisman Trophy and was your Rookie of the Year, and actually at times plays like an elite quarterback.
All right, I'm going to find real quick the highest they finished. What would you want in scoring offense? What stat would you want in his time at Texas Tech? Give me a stat that you would look at and say, Alabama should be interested in that. Scoring offense, total offense, passing offense. What do you want? What do you want?
Boy, it's so tough because I know those numbers were good.
Well, I haven't even looked, so I don't know.
I would go scoring offense.
All right, scoring offense to me, that's the one that matters. And I'll find where he was because I'm gonna say it's probably gonna underwhelm you based on that record.
I think it's probably between 35 and 40 points a game.
His second year, he was 55th at 30.5. I couldn't even find his first year. I was gonna flush that one anyway. He ended up at 45.1 his third year. That was number 2 in the country. Number 5 in the country, his fourth year, 43.7. And his fifth year, they fell off just a little bit. So, 23rd at 34.3.
Yeah, look,
so they were okay.
They scored points, but look at his defenses.
Oh, they were no good. But I'm not hiring him to coach defense. I'm hiring him as my offensive coordinator. In his final year, 37.3, they were 16th. So, look, he had consistently a top 20 scoring offense, would be a fair way of putting it, at Texas Tech. But he also had the best quarterback in the NFL right now. It was underwhelming, even on offense. I'm not just talking about the head coach numbers. Even on offense, underwhelming.
Our friends at Bromberg's bring you the diamond you need to pop the question in 2023, and then I'll discuss a little bowl records that Brett McMurphy just tweeted out. You tell me if they're fair or not to even consider this, Brownie, but it's brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, and Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You see it right there if you're watching us right now. Look at that watch. You guys need one of those.
Wow.
Oris was founded by Paul Catton and Georges Christian in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris is one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. You will find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, and even limited edition novelty timepieces at our Summit location. Each timepiece, functional, the technology is excellent. They're available at the Summit and online at brombergs.com, or specifically brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Oh, I do like the mechanical, the old wind. What's it called?
Automatic.
It's automatic?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. The news conference coming up here.
Controlled by your pulse.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Do you have one yet?
I've got a couple of mechanical,
Yeah. Interesting.
automatic.
All right. So I'm not seeing any. This news conference has not started yet, right? We're not just on the wrong channel of our feed here. Do you think this is Georgia? We are college football now. We can get to this news conference whenever we want to.
It's probably LA traffic. It's normally in the hotel, right?
Or normally in the same hotel or just down the street from where the team is staying.
Welfare check on Stetson.
Yeah. So anybody seen Stetson?
Stetson's already tapped out. It's probably welfare checked on Kirby at this point, right?
It could be.
He looked tired in the Indy last year. It seemed totally different on the podium. And maybe he was still like soaking it in, beating Alabama last year, but he seems much more comfortable and it's more enjoyable.
Well, I think last night versus this time a year ago, you probably had expended an immense amount of mental energy from the end of the semifinal game to the end of the Alabama game. I can promise you, based on last night, the first time they watched TCU tape, they knew they were the national champion. I will guarantee you the first time Todd Monken watched TCU's defense and Will Muschamp, Glenn Schumann, and Kirby Smart watched TCU's offense, they said to themselves, whether they'll admit it or not, we got a second trophy.
The thing, and you missed this, I know, because you'd already turned away. You probably saw this, but Reese Davis, when he joined SVP afterwards, after Reese had awarded the trophy, he said, I tried to talk about a three-peat with Kirby on the stand, on the trophy presentation stand, but he wouldn't bite. But while I was just sitting here waiting to go on with you, Kirby walked over to another batch of Georgia fans who were still here, and he stopped, and he went. And then he went.
Wow, so he threw three fingers up.
He threw three fingers up to the Georgia fans. He wouldn't go there on the podium when Reese talked about a three-peat possible. See you in Houston next year, I think is what Reese said. But Reese said on the SVP last night, he goes, I was just watching him with some Georgia fans over there, and he went 1, and they cheered, and he went 2, and they went crazy, and he went
wow
3, get through that third finger, and they just went bonkers.
I really don't know the answer to this. Have we ever had a three-peat? I know we haven't in modern day.
Not since the AP poll started. The only team, the most recent team that can make a case for a three-peat was 34, 35, and 36 Minnesota.
I think that Oklahoma team that had the nation's longest winning streak was on the way to it, right? And Notre Dame upset them and ended it all.
I don't know if it was Notre Dame or Bear Bryant's Kentucky team who beat them. But they, in modern-day football, since the start of the AP poll, we have never had a three-peat. Alabama has been much talked about, the last to repeat, 2011, 2012. They're number 1 in 2013. Nick Saban fights to get that extra second, and they miss a field goal, and the kick six happens, and Auburn goes on to the national championship game.
Yeah, that Oklahoma team was on the way, and it was Notre Dame. I don't know why you thought it was Kentucky. Because it was Bear Bryant. It was Notre Dame that beat them 7-0.
Well, Bear Bryant beat Oklahoma, the great Bud Wilkinson Oklahoma team, when he was at Kentucky in a Sugar Bowl, I believe.
Yeah, but now they had slipped to number 2 when they lost that game. I don't know who had moved to number 1, but anyway.
Who Oklahoma had slipped to number 2?
Yeah, that's surprising. But they had not lost a game. I mean, I know I was just bashing AP voters for putting TCU number 2, but Oklahoma had not lost a game in like 45 games. What did they have to do to slip to number 2? I mean, how good was number 1? This team hadn't lost in 2.5 years.
Their place in college football history, if you're Kirby Smart, he's now that rare coach that's got that second one. Now, that puts you in a third one really puts you in a different category. But Kirby Smart now leaves the ranks of the Larry Cokers and the Jimbo Fishers and the Gene Chiswick's and anybody who had just one. He's now got 2, which puts you on, in Dabo's territory and some others who have 2. And then there's that even rarer air when you get 3+.
Well, and the rarest air is a three-peat. So I mean, there's gonna be motivation.
Yeah, I just it's never been done. And generally things that have never been done, when you've got a long period of time, they've never been done for a reason. And it doesn't mean it can't be done, but generally if something's never been done, there's a reason it's never been done. Like we've never put a man on Mars, have we, Rockstar? Some would argue we never put a man on the moon.
No, Matt Damon was there.
We left him there, too.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a reason we've never put a man on Mars, right? If it was easy, we would have done it. Or if it was doable, we would have done it. In our lifetime, I don't think we'll ever see a man on Mars. Do you?
About like the AP poll at the end of the year, really don't care.
I want to go back to that because that takes away a USC championship from you, right?
No.
Yeah, they were the AP champion.
They were only the AP champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about who outside of number 1 is what I said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't care if we put a man on Mars? Do you think we'll do it?
I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, what would it take for you to go to Mars?
I don't think there's anything because normally I would say a dollar amount, but I don't get to enjoy it if I'm on Mars.
I think the planet would really have to be, just starting to fall apart for me to have to get on a ship to go to Mars.
Yeah, but even
how
then,
long would it take?
I'd rather just die at that point because I don't want to live on Mars. Like if Mars is my only escape.
But that's a different discussion. Are you talking about sending someone there? And the amount of technology and benefits we've got as a society, other than Tang, we got a lot of things that we could really
the drink
sink our teeth into. as a society in the pursuit of sending someone to the moon. If we had great technological and humankind advancements as we try to conquer that trip to Mars for an astronaut and then that trip back, then who knows? I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think Velcro was invented because of our pursuit for the trip to NASA to the moon. Am I right about that?
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I think Velcro was part of the reason.
I thought Cash from Cash is the guy that did that.
They came up with Velcro.
Yeah. The 80s wallet.
Let's listen in a little bit here to Kirby Smart's morning after news conference. The dogs are awake, and they're barking out there at 9:18 Central Time, listening to Kirby as they accept all the other championship trophies.
Two young men for what they've meant to our program, and all our fans that spent a lot of money to come out here and celebrate with us and play in a national championship, which is really hard to do. I have a great appreciation for our players, our coaches, our training staff, our support staff. There's just like hundreds of people that sacrifice time away from their family to give us an opportunity to play in an event last night. And a lot of thanks to the CFP for what they put on, and an incredible event. And we certainly appreciate it.
We're going to take our first question right down here, very front.
Hey, Kirby, Zach Klein from Channel 2 in Atlanta. First thing, Stetson was supposed to be here this morning. How's the young man feeling the day after? And two, a few days ago, you were talking about your season for next year start actually today. Are you going to put that on pause and appreciate what you guys were able to accomplish?
Yeah, I mean, I am concerned about our season, and next year I'll be thinking about that the entire flight home and things we can do right now. Like what's important now, right? WIN, that's our motto. And I know people think that's like unheard of, but you actually have to. There'll be time to take off. It's just not today because decisions are imminent. We have several players on our team who stuck it out. Like they didn't have to. They could have said, "I'm going in the portal." We had several guys that said, "Coach, I'd like to go in the portal. I'm going to go in the portal, but I want to win a national championship." And like, that makes me want to cry because they did it for the team over themselves, and that makes me really proud. So, that time is now for them because the portal is a real thing. It's a vehicle to go somewhere else where you can be successful. And we had some guys make sacrifices to do that. So I think that's pretty cool. As far as Stetson, I don't know. I didn't see him, obviously.
Take our next question right here on our left in the front. Dennis?
Kirby, you said somewhere or another in the run-up to this game that it's human nature just to let down after winning one. You talk about that, and how do you get to 3?
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about 3. I mean, that's it's human nature to relax. It's human nature to take the easy route, and I can be as guilty of that as anyone. But it wasn't this team's nature to relax. This team, this wasn't as hard a job as people made it seem because of the people we recruited, not because of talent, but because of what they were like, the DNA inside them. Like these dudes, this team was different. This team was just different. And every time they were backed against the wall, they came out scratching, clawing. Like we had a bad practice, we'd have a great practice. They responded to everything. So the team's like makeup. I didn't talk about this enough last night. Our team GPA was the highest we've ever had in like 15 years at Georgia. Georgia's not easy. Georgia's hard academically. So like when you have people that do well in school, they care about each other. I mean, Georgia's not getting easier academically. You have a chance at success, and these guys bought into that. So like starting to think about the next one, I do think it's going to be much tougher, and I do think we're gonna have to reinvent ourselves next year because you can't just stay the same. And like these two guys up here, like they're coming back, and we have a lot of guys, in my opinion, that are going to come back, and it's easy to get comfortable, and comfortable does not win.
Stay down here on the front row to our left.
Hey, Kirby, Ralph Russo from the Associated Press, and it's a follow-up to what Dennis just asked. Because you are, trying to build something greater than a one-off championship, than just a championship team, you're trying to build a championship program. Does this season, I don't know if validate the right word, but provide a little bit more proof of concept that you're building, that your vision is really coming true?
It's awesome, but I don't want their careers. I don't want their self-worth or our program's self-worth to be built on just championships. I get it. I get that's what you define, Joe Montana on, Tom Brady on, LeBron and Kobe and Michael Jordan on the number of championships. I don't want these young men to be defined by that. I don't want my career to be defined by that, because I know tons of coaches and players out there that didn't get one that had unbelievable careers. So I never hang a hat or say, you validate. All I want to do is be the best I can be today. And I want these kids to know that they need to be the best they can each and every day so they can be successful. And if you measure success based on wins in each day, that's what I want our success to be measured on.
Next question over still to our left or in the middle.
Kirby, the question was all week about Darnell. What did you see from him as he was working to Monday night, trying to be able to play, and then the fact he was able to play at all, just what it said about Darnell?
Yeah, I think our training staff did a phenomenal job, and they can do the greatest job in the world, but if the player doesn't want to buy into that, then it's probably not going to happen. So he was not able to practice the entire time we were in Athens. We came to L.A., he ran with the team and ran decent on the first day we were here, and then he practiced. And we felt like there was going to be a good chance he was going to be able to play. There was no chance of doing any more damage. And Darnell, is a classic guy that came to Georgia with the sole purpose of having an opportunity at the NFL. He wanted to play in the NFL. And by the time he left, he was one of the toughest players we had. Missouri, his shoulder pops out, and he will not come out of the game. I mean, he made 2 probably career-defining catches against Missouri, contested catches with a shoulder that was hurt, and he wouldn't come out. LSU, he gets cut. He's 6'7", and they cut him right at his ankles and shins. Nothing worse than that, and he's waving people off. I'm not coming out. Like, I'm pissed off. And to see that growth and see him care about winning the game last night, like he played last night selflessly. Not a lot of throws targeted for Darnell. It was blocking and covering people up. And that part will always hold a special place in my heart for the sacrifices he made for our team.
A lot of love for this team from Kirby Smart the morning after in the news conference that will continue in Los Angeles, and then he'll pose for a lot of pictures. We've got trash coming up on the other side as Georgia was about 18 minutes late getting to their news location there, their news conference location today. Not their fault. We'll blame it on LA traffic or the weather or something out there. Our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks, they get you going every morning. Maybe we should ship Kirby and the dog fans some of that for their trip back at LAX as they come back to Athens, Georgia in the South. Ghost Energy, look for that logo. They get you going sugar-free. It's the best energy drink on the market. Get it right now wherever you get your energy drink.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Champy's Chicken, about 15 seconds away from Sterling arriving in the lobby, and we're going to enjoy some Champy's Chicken, the hand-cut chicken fingers and the Mississippi Delta tamales. They bring you the 11 o'clock Central Hour every day here on our show, and we look forward to saying hi to Sterling. He's on his way up here himself, bringing us that great food. That news conference continues in Los Angeles. We've got trash coming up here in just a second. Champy's Chicken, by the way, 119 Alabaster, open now for lunch and dinner. Can help you when you're watching the playoff games this weekend with some great food at home. Some good basketball tonight, other than Auburn and Ole Miss as well. You've got Michigan State and Wisconsin tonight at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Followed by North Carolina and Virginia, two programs that sort of need some quality wins tonight in Charlottesville. Over on ESPN2, Oklahoma and Kansas. Kansas is that team that continues to knock on the possible one seed window, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. And if you want to see off the beaten best game out there tonight, 10 o'clock, I know it's late, CBS Sports Network, Nevada at San Diego State. Our buddy Jeff Goodman tells me that's the best game in the country tonight.
Well, I mean, 14-3 and 12-3.
Nevada and San Diego State tonight. John Calipari and Chris Del Conte. Del Conte, the Texas AD, Calipari, the Kentucky coach, both saying neither one of them have talked to each other, dismissing the rumors that Calipari's on a short list for that Texas job.
Our friend Paul sent us Mark Fiscarelli, who covers college basketball, USBA, USBWA, whatever it is, writer, says the names he is hearing, that Matt Painter is at the top of their list, the Purdue coach.
Painter's he's a Purdue guy, though.
Does nothing for Jim Dunham.
No, I know who Painter is. I was trying to think if Painter was a Purdue guy.
He is a Purdue guy, and Matt Painter is a guy that gets labeled, and this is fair. Once Purdue gets to a tournament, they just don't play well in March.
That is true. They let you down every time. I have been the victim of that numerous times. Other names he hears: Jamie Dixon.
Proven winner is TCU now. Is he still there?
TCU. And TCU's really good, though. Yeah. I mean, Ed Cooley.
That's his alma mater, too.
Yeah, Ed Cooley, who is at Providence, and then Cal is the other name.
Cal. So no NATO's mentioned on that guy's list.
Not on that guy's list.
And Alabama fans go, let's do Trash Rock. Sorry, it's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, man.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
When you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available and build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With the speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly and take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with a Lake Charles man said he threw a rock through the main entrance of a correctional center so he could go back to jail, according to the sheriff's office.
Yeah, you hear this sometimes, people that get out of jail and either they don't feel safe because whoever they committed their crime against wants to kill them, or they just like the structure that jail provides they don't have outside of jail.
Yeah,
right?
Brooks didn't like it.
Yeah, Brooks he hung himself.
Somewhere Ush is saying that was a Mayberry episode. That guy who threw rocks,
Ernest T. Bass,
wanted to be back in jail, so he wanted the attention. He threw it through a window.
A statement said that Kenneth Hunt, 39 years old, told deputies he, quote, wanted a place to sleep and a meal.
See?
They said, we quickly made those arrangements for him. I guess we can now say we literally have people beating down the doors to stay with us.
That's sad.
Now, Hunt had been in jail since November 1st, 2022 on counts of theft, criminal damage to property, and criminal trespassing. Those charges were finally dropped. He was released 3 p.m. Wednesday, but by 8 p.m. Wednesday, he picked up a rock, threw it through the front door of the jail, breaking the glass, then pushed the other glass out with his hands. He now faces 1 count of criminal damage to property.
Boy, how bad must it be when jail's the best option?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, can't imagine. Well, the problem with Brooks is the world went and got in a hurry, right?
It did.
That's what Brooks said.
Moving too fast.
Moving too fast for old Brooks.
This next one's kind of scary, Rocky. A robot lawyer is all set to defend a speeding ticket on its first day in court next month. Now, in February, an artificial intelligence developed by Do Not Pay will advise a defendant during an entire court case, likely making it the first ever case defended by an AI. The AI will run on a smartphone, listening to the proceedings of the courtroom before instructing the defendant on what to say via an earpiece, as reported by the New Scientist. Now, the location of the court and the name of the defendant are being kept under wraps at the moment. In case the AI loses the case, Do No Pay has agreed to cover any fines, according to the company's founder and CEO. Billed as the world's first robot attorney, the company wants to help people fight corporations, beat bureaucracy, and anyone at the press of a button.
Your Honor, my lawyer needs to be rebooted. Needs to be restarted.
It's funny. It's funny. The lawyer they've named that computer, the AI, Ally McD2D2.
Oh my God! You wrote it down, didn't you?
He did. He had to write it down so he's there.
I was trying to do Perry McMason, but I couldn't get Perry Mason to work in there.
Oh.
Ally McBeal was a lawyer in a 90s TV show on
And I
Fox.
bet you watched that, didn't you?
Every Sunday night at the Hires house.
Rockstar, can you hear the commercial? Call me, Alabama.
Much better.
Thank you.
Hey, a school has been slammed by parents for being woke after it banned teachers from using sarcasm.
Oh, God. That's my love language. I don't know what I do.
Skegness Academy stopped the use of irony to convey contempt as part of a guide to support staff. Now, the doctrine known as the Skegness Academy Way outlined that sarcasm cannot be used when talking to pupils. Now, the ban applied to all pupils. However, parents said some of the sarcastic teachers are their favorites. The whole point of school is to prepare children for the world outside, not to wrap them in the cotton woke wool, one parent told The Sun. And talk about putting the staff at a disadvantage. Sarcasm is one of the only fun and kind ways to deal with some of the difficult pupils.
Sometimes it doesn't work, because I remember the teacher saying, if you guys just want to keep talking, I won't teach you about what's going to be on the final exam.
Thank you.
I was like, I don't care.
Cash right in on that.
Thank you.
I'm feeling it either way.
Thank you.
I mean, how can we get rid of sarcasm?
You can't. You absolutely can't.
North Korea tried too, remember?
Well, like, I hate it when people say Twitter needs a sarcasm fund. I'm like, if people can't understand my sarcasm, I don't really care if they get it or not.
Jay Pear says, in a very sarcastic way, well, that sounds like a great idea.
So the world's largest strip club has hired the biggest security guard ever seen to ensure no nonsense unfolds at the door. Giant 15-foot tall robotic suit that looks straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. Avatar was flown to Las Vegas from Vancouver this past weekend. Punters at Sapphire Gentlemen's Club in Sin City were greeted by a staff member behind the controls of the 4.4-ton robot dubbed Mech the Bot Johnson.
That's the bouncer, Rockstar.
That's a big bouncer, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay, but that's not a much better name than Ally McD2D2.
They also need to polish the bad boy.
It's a little
Well,
rough.
here's the
looking,
thing,
isn't
he's
it?
not going to be able to get in the door.
No.
So he's just going to stand out front.
No.
You get past him, you're good.
I think I can outrun him.
Does he have some lasers?
Well, I don't know if you could outrun that.
You don't think I can outrun that? Doesn't look like it has much foot speed. Kind of heavy.
Maybe it starts rolling.
Yeah, good.
Now, they go on to say, quote, that's one bouncer you definitely don't want to F with. I wish I could be there to see it and take a selfie. Somebody said on social media. Peter Feinstein, the club's managing partner, added an online statement, only makes sense the world's largest gentleman's club would have the world's largest bouncer.
It makes sense. Try to
It
argue
really
that.
does, yes. Nothing makes more sense than that.
Yeah, it looks cost effective.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Ironically made up of about looks to be 62 poles.
That's all right. It wasn't that bad. Better than Ellie McBeal.
That was actually pretty good, by the way.
So Rolling Stone has released the 200 greatest singers of all time. Some of Dunaway's favorites are on here.
Rockstar, who would you say is number one? Who would you say is number one?
I agree with their number one. Well,
Okay.
there's one. I didn't do the whole list. I did some highlights, but there's one singer that people are beyond pissed that wasn't even included in the entire list.
Okay.
Is Stevie Wonder in the top 10?
Singer, yes.
Just-
Greatest entertainer, no.
Just wait. Here we go.
Okay.
Here's
All right.
just some highlights of it. Again, Rolling Stone 200 greatest singers of all time list. It is out. Number 198, Billie Eilish.
Oh, gosh. All she does is...
Oh, I think she's good.
I can't stand
Well, I
Billie
think
Eilish.
she's good, but I wouldn't put her in the top 200.
Yeah, hard pass.
She's Big 12 good.
Yeah. Boring songs, too, man. I turn it every time.
140 is Bono.
Well,
I've
that's
never-
surprising.
I've never thought of him as a great singer, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, great voice.
Good band.
Early days, he's got a great voice.
Number 134, Axl Rose.
Severely underrated. I think he should be way higher. His range is incredible.
I think his last few years have probably hurt.
Yeah,
him.
when he started looking like Mark Stoops, he lost his voice.
But when in his heyday, which is what you should be judged by.
Appetite for Destruction is insane.
Yeah.
His
I mean,
range.
those notes.
And I absolutely do not appreciate Lunsford's condescending tone in the chat room there. I listen to current music. Just because I don't like Billie Eilish doesn't mean I don't listen to current music, Lunsford.
No, I like the lyrics.
Somebody got offended.
Well, I mean, Lunsford's all condescending.
Hey,
No, it's just she's got a
it's
good
a
sound, I
sarcasm
think.
font. If you don't get his sarcasm,
No,
you don't need to be
I
reading
do
it.
not like Billie Eilish.
105 on the list is Eddie Vedder, your boy.
He's good.
Yeah, I've never thought of him as a great singer.
He doesn't make top 100 though. Come on.
No, I'm fine with that.
I mean, is that going to have some BS like Frank Sinatra's in the top 100?
here we go.
Elvis
Where
Presley.
was Chris Cornell is so much better than Eddie Vedder.
He is.
Oh,
Chris
no
Cornell
doubt.
was in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 102 on here is Taylor Swift.
Oh gosh, you can't
I'm
carry
a
it too
Taylor
much.
Swift fan. Should not be in the top 200.
May as well have Jimmy Buffett on there.
Yeah. Taylor Swift, without anybody knowing who she was before she started, would not have survived The Voice or American Idol.
I haven't liked one of these yet.
Number 86, Michael Jackson.
Yeah, no, he's good.
Yeah, you can say.
Yeah.
Still can't believe we celebrate that guy. Number 62, Robert Plant.
Oh gosh, yes. I'm surprised he's not higher than
I've done
62.
away right place, right time.
Yeah, Dunaway
No,
does not
Robert
like
Plant
him.
got a good voice. The guy can sing.
Number 19, Frank Sinatra.
No way. There's no way. Guy would not make no
Dunaway.
chairs would turn around.
No
if he was on The
chairs.
Voice, not even
Dunaway.
not even
Think Hector Salamanca.
not even Blake Shelton would turn around, and he's drunk.
My two favorite Dunaways are the fact that Graceland couldn't sell for $250,000 at Greystone, or
They would.
No, it was on
somebody
280.
would buy it, tear it down, and use the property.
Yeah, it was on 280. He couldn't get $250,000 for that on 280. Dunaway said after he came back from Graceland, and his whole thing with Frank Sinatra is that the Voice wouldn't turn their chairs around. I think it's a little more than that.
Kevin's with me.
All right, go
Kevin's
ahead.
one day older. I'm with Dunaway. Sinatra's
But real
overrated.
quick, I think they've had 23 seasons. Can you name me one voice winner?
No, he can't.
No, not at
really
all.
can't.
But you know what? That winner can sing.
Yeah, Go ahead.
Anyway, Frank
Fly
Sinatra,
me
it's not like
to the moon.
Yeah, I don't like the music. I can respect the fact that the guy had a really good voice and was a great entertainer.
He was a great entertainer. Now, there's a difference.
No, he had a good voice.
Great. He did not have a
Okay,
good
all
voice.
right.
Number 17, Elvis Presley.
Oh,
another
gosh,
great
yes,
voice.
100%.
Okay. Guy, great entertainer. Changed the world.
Oh, you don't think Elvis has a good voice?
Great voice.
Are you kidding me, Dunaway? You don't know music.
And
Go
great
ahead.
range. Number 14, Freddie Mercury.
Should have been in the top 10.
Yeah,
Gosh,
should
yes,
have been
top
in the
10.
top 10.
Yes.
Here are your top 10, by the way. Number 10, Al Green.
Okay.
Number 9, Otis Redding.
Oh, yes.
Number 8, Beyonce. I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, I think we've gone a little high there.
Number 7, Stevie Wonder.
Greatest entertainer of all time.
But did I? Hey, there he's number 7. You guys laughed at me when I put him in the top 5.
You said his concerts, he's the best entertainer.
Yep.
You did.
You guys, when you're wrong, you never admit when
That's
you're
not
wrong.
true. Number 6.
None of you do, especially this one, but none of you do.
Number 6.
Who are you pointing at?
You know who I'm pointing at.
Number 6, Ray Charles.
Yes, gosh, yes.
Number
No, wait,
5.
Yes, I said Ray Charles, yeah.
Number 5, Mariah Carey. I got no problem with that.
Yeah, no, in her prime, fantastic.
Number 4, Billie Holiday.
Yeah.
Wait. Caribbean Queen, Billie Holiday?
No, that is Billy Ocean.
Jesus.
Okay.
Caribbean Queen, Billie Holiday.
What did Billie Holiday sing?
Number 3, Barry Manilow.
No, come on.
Wow.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was about to say that's bad.
Number 3 was Sam Cooke.
Oh yeah.
Not my kind of music, Sam Cooke.
But great voice. Number 2, Whitney Houston.
Wait, Sam Cooke is not. I like Sam Cooke. Who's the guy who?
Joe Cocker.
Joe Cocker.
Well, how do I know? How do I know what he's singing so
Cooke's
much?
awesome.
Yes.
not
Here's
even
why he did that.
close.
You know why he did that? Because Taylor Hicks, who's got a little Joe Cocker in him, did Sam Cooke on American Idol. That's how you screwed that up.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. God, I don't know how I know his mind.
Number 2, Whitney Houston.
What are we having
no
for
doubt.
lunch today?
I don't know.
And number 1, do you guys want to guess?
Number 2 is Whitney Houston. Number 1.
Jeez.
Kid Rock.
Katy Perry.
Whitney Houston is number 2 all time.
Yeah.
Number 1. Please don't. It can't be like Dolly Parton, right? Somebody like
She
that.
was in the top 50, I think.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
that's
deserving.
good,
Dolly's
yeah.
got a good voice. I mean, you did not mention one country music act, which is
Oh,
ridiculous.
there's a bunch of country music
all right.
acts. Like
So
George
you just,
Strait was in the top 100.
oh yeah, King George.
Johnny Cash was not in the top 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Johnny Cash a great singing voice.
Me either. Who is it?
Yeah, I mean, country is, again, I put the genre of country and rap together with guys that can't necessarily sing great.
Prince?
No.
Prince was like number 16.
Who is it?
Aretha Franklin.
Okay. Got
No problem with that.
The one that was left off the list, I think entirely, that I didn't see, that people were pissed off about is Celine Dion.
I think Celine
mean,
Dion
she
can
should
sing.
have made the top 200.
I mean, she's better than Taylor
crazy
Swift.
that-
Yeah.
yeah.
Celine
I mean, she
Dion,
can
Taylor
sing,
Swift.
yes. We're not talking record sales and concerts.
No, it's
tickets
just
and
pure
stuff.
voice,
Yeah.
right?
voice.
Yeah.
Hey, with rates trending upward, save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Andy Kennedy talking basketball with us at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little basketball with him, and we'll check in to see if there's Kirby standing next to the MacArthur Bowl and the AP Trophy and holding up that crystal football, any of that stuff going on in Los Angeles when we come back on the show that's being brought to you in part today by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to send your son or daughter to school, Montevallo is the answer for you right there. Montevallo.edu. Find out about the small class sizes that will help your son or daughter succeed academically. Maybe they want to keep playing sports. 21 fully funded NCAA Division II sports. Theater department, multi-million-dollar new building just built, a business department, broadcasting school, and so much more. Schedule an in-person tour at montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School, license number 154952. It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on The Next Round. We're going to go back out and listen into some more of the Kirby Smart News Conference here in just a second and check on what is going on out in Los Angeles today after Georgia demolished TCU 65-7. 65-7 last night. Our show being brought to you by our friends MyBookie. MyBookie.ag will get you into the game.
Yeah, don't forget the NFL postseason starting this weekend. NBA, college basketball, UFC, also weekly online blackjack tournaments. All of that right there in MyBookie.ag. On a deposit of $50 or more, you get a cash bonus instantly in your MyBookie account. Use it one time, bet it one time, and you can cash right out. Take that bonus with you. That is free money when you use code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND. That's the code at checkout. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Get that deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag.
Okay, we've lost our connection to Los Angeles, so we will not go back out there and hear any more from Kirby Smart and the guys, but we carried some of that earlier. As you would imagine, Kirby getting asked very quickly about the three-peat, and that's where the conversation will go. And we'll look at the way too early top 25s that came out from 24/7, from The Athletic, from ESPN, and from Brett McMurphy after we talked to Brock Huard in the final hour of the show. We'll get to that, but I just saw on ESPN, and it's the conversation on all the major networks across the board today. The last one I just saw going to break there, the tide has turned, question mark, and the Georgia folks holding up the trophy again last night. And, you know, everyone will say, okay, you guys try to tie Alabama into every conversation you have because you're an Alabama show. But those are national shows, and that is where the conversation starts about Georgia's dynasty now with 2 straight wins in a row in the national championship. Is where is Alabama? Is Georgia compared to Alabama? Has the tide turned? Can Nick Saban overcome Kirby Smart now that Kirby Smart's on top in college football? Those are the discussions that are being had today and will continue into next season.
Well, it was a predictable narrative. You know, we had Clyde on earlier this week, and I asked him, hey, if TCU wins, is it going to be anybody can win a national championship now because we have parity with transfer portal? And if Georgia wins, is it going to be this is the new standard in college football? This is the power shift that we've seen from Alabama to Georgia. And he said, absolutely. So I'm not surprised that people are talking about this.
Yeah, I just don't know. Look, I understand Alabama fans don't want to let go of being known as the standard. When you're known as the standard or something, it's the ultimate compliment. And
Rarely in this sport has anybody ever been good enough, long enough to be universally considered the standard, and Alabama was that. So I do not blame Alabama fans for looking at it saying, boy, I do not want that era to be over. And maybe it's not. Maybe Nick Saban can get back there once, twice, and get that back. But right now, if you went to any college head coach in America and said, which program would you want to emulate right now, they'd tell you Georgia.
Yep.
Why not?
All
they do is win.
Grim Jim says Nick Saban needs to overcome Pete Golding and Bill O'Brien. Those are the coordinators at Alabama. If you don't pay attention, that could be happening a little bit later on. And listen. There's a little bit of what you saw in Georgia last night that if you're an Alabama fan, you cannot say that you are not a little bit jealous of.
Of course.
They looked hungry.
Yep.
Kirby said all the right things. He's saying some things that Nick used to say. There is the old hunting references he made all year long since back at SEC Media Days when we were in Atlanta with him. There's an aggressiveness, a hunger that I think Alabama fans want to see back in their team. And if they look in the mirror, they need to get that hunger back in themselves too. Alabama fans got just as complacent as at times the football team seems. And, I believe you want that hunger back. The best way to get that hunger back is to not be on top anymore, and that's where Georgia is.
Yeah, and what Georgia was doing on national TV last night is what Alabama kind of made famous, is Alabama would show up and they would curb stomp those teams so early the game was over. Alabama played a lot of awful games on TV because Alabama was so dominant.
That's right. And that was just less than 2 years ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Alabama has lost that forever under Nick Saban. I do think they can get back there. They've lost a little bit of it right now. But I think they can get back there. I think Alabama can get back to the point where what they did to Kansas State in a meaningless Sugar Bowl can be back on the national level where Georgia just was.
Andy Kennedy coming up at the top of the hour. Kevin says, I said it last night, this is how Alabama used to play.
100% they did. Yep.
That's right.
This is how Alabama used to play.
Somebody said back in the Volca Tire and Automotive chat room, I'm going to dig back through, that Feinbaum apparently on ESPN, which sometimes I think Paul just says things. I love Paul, but what has Nick Saban done without Kirby Smart? Which, if Paul said that,
there's no way he said that.
Yeah, there's no.
Well,
Paul's a smarter guy than that.
There's 17 and 22 national championships without him, right?
Yeah, and they've played for 3 without him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's won as many national championships without Kirby Smart that Kirby Smart's won.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. If Paul said that, I don't know why Paul was saying that. It's not like it fell apart without Kirby.
One other sports note that if you've been following, Carlos Correa, the one-time Astro who played last year with the Twins, who signed a $330 million contract. I think it was an 8-year, $330 million, or 7-year, $330 million deal with the Giants. Then the Giants said, hold on. Your physical is fishy. So Carlos Correa's people said, okay, forget the $330 with the Giants. We're going to take the New York Mets for 7 years, $315 million. And everyone's, oh, yay, Mets. And then even the Mets said, whoa, your physical's a little fishy. Today, Carlos Correa has re-signed with the Twins for 6 years, $200 million.
Does anybody know what's in the physical that everybody's worried
something about his leg.
Right fibula break when he was 19 years old. His spike got caught in a base running a triple out. His spike got caught, and it broke his leg. And apparently the surgery has now some red flags are coming up about long-term contracts for him. But he was 19 then, and I think he's, 26 now?
I think he is 26. So they're worried about how the leg is going to age.
Oh, okay. And that's probably a legitimate concern for that kind of money, too.
But it has cost him now, in about 3 weeks,
$150 million.
$150 million.
That's an expensive leg break, yeah.
Almost,
he's 28, by the way.
Almost 50% discount now for Carlos Correa for the Minnesota Twins by just sitting back and saying, we played with that fibula last year.
Yeah, so the Twins caught him on clearance, huh?
Yeah. Discount Carlos Correa going back to Minnesota. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy next, right here in the next round of the show that's being brought to you today by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill brings you the lock every day. Lance sends it out a little bit later at the Lance Taylor.
Yeah, again, the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954, our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Remember, they've got a great special going on right now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 10% off right now, all HVAC. You got to make sure you mention you heard it here on the next round. Very important that you do that. But Hemp Hill Services, anything that's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, these are the guys you need to call. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill. Again, for the month of January, 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service call. Call now. Hemp Hill Services is hard to stop a train, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit kingrealestateschool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's kingrealestateschool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Georgia's your national champions in college football with their win last night. Now we're just under 9 weeks from Selection Sunday when we start talking about that with basketball. Alabama is where they are in the rankings right now in the KenPom. Auburn had the big win, quad one over Arkansas. They're feeling better about themselves. Let's talk to our buddy Andy Kennedy now, brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union, about where UAB is. You could sense in a tweet Andy sent out when he got back from South Florida that he was a little frustrated, I believe, with the defensive effort. And I want to hear him talk about that as he joins the show now.
He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
Hey, guys. I'm hanging. How are y'all?
Doing great. Most people enjoy a trip to sunny South Florida. You did not particularly enjoy that one. And as Jim said, you were point blank about it, and you took the responsibility and said it's on you to get it right.
Well, it is. I mean, as the head coach, it really is everything that is involved in this program is my responsibility. And I accept that. I have for a number of years. We did not play well enough on the defensive end of the floor to win games in conference on the road. You know, we had talked prior to our trip to FAU, and I was really excited about seeing how our guys would respond. There were only 2 undefeated teams at the time in Conference USA, and that was us and them, and they had played really well, had won 11 in a row, and the next step for our team, who was coming off a 5-game winning streak at home, to get to 3-0 and 3-0 in the league and 12-2 overall, and our numbers were trending in the right direction. The next step for us was to break through and show that we could do it on the road. Well, we went down there and scored 86 points. We only had 9 turnovers. We were fairly efficient, shot close to 50% from the field and shot 50% on 10 made threes from the 3, and yet we lose the game. Why did we lose the game? It's because our inability to get stops. We just could not stop a young man named John L. Davis, who doubles up his career high. He had a career high of 18 points prior to that game, and he gave us 36. They crushed us on the glass, which is really uncharacteristic of our group, who's been fairly good, and most especially on our offensive glass. And it was based on, again, our inability to string together stops. We have the ball with an opportunity for a late possession to take a lead, and we inexplicably had a turnover, which ultimately cost us a 2-point decision. So then what do? You have a quick turn. You've got to digest that. You travel to Miami the next day. You immediately get on the scout of FIU, and you try to make sure that your guys know what they need to do in order to give yourself a chance to be successful. You go in there, you score 87 points, and yet you still lose the game because you gave up 90. Our inability to stop them in the second half. They shoot 60% from the field. We have 19 turnovers, which is the second most we've had all season. So a number of different things. And again, at the end, we did the one thing that you cannot do. We have a chance to win it or to go to double overtime. The one thing you can't do is the thing that we did. Ended up being a pick 6, and so the Blazers come home 0-2.
You know, the old coaching adage, you don't let one loss turn into 2 losses. You and FAU are closer as like teams than you and FIU. Do you feel like there was a little bit of a hangover in the FIU game from FAU?
You know, I guess we could speculate on a lot of things. The thing that I look at is, again, our edge is just not where it needs to be on the defensive side of the ball. I watched that national championship game like you guys did last night, and I had a pretty clear understanding of what I was expecting to see, being a football fan and watching the SEC all year, and nothing but respect for Sonny Dykes, and what a great story. But I had a pretty good feel that if Georgia plays a B game, then they're going to be in control of that thing. But there's a reason that Kirby Smart doesn't play Stetson Bennett on defense. You know, he's an offensive player. We've got guys that have really been solid offensively. We're number 1 in Conference USA. We're in the top 30 in the country in offensive rating. But defensively, those guys have got to be better. We've got to be better, or I'm going to have to change some personnel. We'll continue to schematically try to figure out a way to better position our guys to be successful, but then ultimately it comes down to personal responsibility, personal accountability, pride on the defensive end to sit down and stay in front of your man.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Andy. Obviously, you've got one of the best scorers or the best scorer in college basketball in Jelly Walker. Defensively, though, you mentioned John L. Davis went for 36. Denver Jones goes for 29 for FIU. Do you have somebody that is a defensive stopper or somebody that can become that guy?
That was our anticipation heading into the year. You know, last year in our first 2 years, we won 49 games, and We really feel good about the trajectory of the program, getting back to the NCAA tournament and hanging a banner to the Gene Bartow standard. And we had a guy named Quan Jackson who was incredible. I used to call him Revis Island because of his incredible anticipation ability and his toughness. He had a physical and mental toughness that when there were loose balls, 50-50 balls, one-on-one, he was going to win the majority of those just based on how he was wired. We thought that Eric Gaines would be able to come in and give us some of those same things, and to this point, we just have not been as good as we need to be on our perimeter. It's not just Eric. It's not just Jelly. It's a collection of everybody that we've got to get more physical on our perimeter. Again, Jelly is 5'10". He weighs, 165 pounds. EG 6'2", $155. So physically, there's certain things that they're going to be at times overpowered, much like, TCU the entire game. You get physically overwhelmed at times. So that means you have to be better in certain areas. It's one of the reasons that we extend our defense as much as we do, because we feel like we can turn you over with our quickness in the open floor. But in the half court, we've had a problem, and it's been a problem for us all year. I've been very upfront about it. It's my job to fix it, and I'm going to work to do so.
Chad over in the chat room says, I like fired up AK. I think he'll get things right at UAB sooner rather than later. The interview is brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life or your season, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. And we are friends, so if this is a dumb question, you can say, Jim, that is a dumb question.
Well, he knows you well enough to expect
right,
that.
There's. I asked a lot of them.
I anticipate much of this. Go ahead.
Yes. There was discussion going to the Florida Atlantic game about a two-bid league. Do you approach the rest of the season now at building towards the Conference USA tournament and a must-win this USA tournament or not go to the big dance mode?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't lose. The FAU loss is one thing. We were actually the underdog going into that game just based on what they had done. So you lose the game, you're disappointed, but it's not a resume killer. All due respect to FIU, that's a resume killer. I know that, and that's how we're going to approach it. Let me be honest with you. Sometimes as a head coach, and you wear a lot of hats, and you say some things that you don't necessarily believe, but you say them because you need to say them. Coming into the year, based on the fact that, okay, we'd beaten Georgia, we'd beaten South Carolina, we'd beaten South Florida, but we lost to Toledo, a loss that at the time you thought, well, maybe you can overcome that, but it was going to be hard as the season has evolved and they've taken some L's. Then we had an incredible opportunity against West Virginia, quad one opportunity, we didn't get it done. So I knew coming into league play that it was going to take a very, very solid run. Worst case scenario, 18-2, which by the way is still in play. However, you can't have quote unquote a bad loss because you don't really have anything to overcome it on the other side. FAU on the other side would still be in play, I would think, for an at-large if they have an incredible run. Now we do get the opportunity to have them again in Bartow Arena, and we look forward to that. But their one win in the non-league that they are staking their flag in is Florida. And, again, Florida is not having a typical Florida-type season. So, ultimately, at the end of the day, there's still an outside shot for FAU, but it looks like it's going to be a battle, again, in Frisco to see who goes to the NCAA tournament as the representative of this league.
Andy Kennedy and the Blazers in action Wednesday night, 8 o'clock. Western Kentucky comes to town. Their Bartow Arena. In Conference USA play, 8 o'clock again. CBS Sports Network if you cannot make it, but go buy tickets and go watch UAB Western Kentucky. A guy you faced a lot in Rick Stansberry. And I know, look, you guys, you've been rivals for quite a while. What does he do? I mean, he's been a successful coach. What does Rick Stansberry do that's difficult?
I think Rick is a really good coach. We were enemies.
Yeah.
I'm at Ole Miss. He's at Mississippi State. We never really viewed it like that. I've never really gotten into that personal stuff. I'm trying to do my job. He's trying to do his job. We locked horns a bit on the recruiting trails from time to time. But, he's always been steady. He's an astute evaluator of players. He does a great job in recruiting. Coming into this season, we were the preseason favorite, and the votes that we didn't get as the winner went to them. They've also, and there's no two programs, I don't think, in our league that have delved as deeply into the transfer portal as he and I, and yet he lost his first three. They broke through on Saturday with a road win at UTSA to be 1-3, and we're sitting here obviously coming off a 2-game losing streak. So it's taken us both some times. Maybe there was some misevaluations, and there's some synergy issues, I think, with both of our teams trying to figure it out with all of these new faces in prominent roles. But Rick is a tremendous coach. He's been battling some health issues. He actually has not coached in league play. We don't even know if he will be here tomorrow. We have been told that it's not a dire situation, but it is something that has been problematic for Rick. So our thoughts and prayers go out to he and his family, and hopefully he can recover. And I hope to see him on the sideline tomorrow. But to this point, he has not coached in league play.
I had an Auburn fan who wanted me to ask you about Auburn last year and Alabama this year, you being in the league for so long and being a college basketball coach at the highest level. When you're coaching in a season, why, and people like me and others ask questions, don't peak in January, you need to peak in the NCAA tournament. How hard is that when, like last year, Jabari and Bruce had that Auburn team playing so good in January, and then they just looked different when they got to the NCAA tournament? And that's maybe something Nate has to deal with right now in Tuscaloosa. You've seen it with your teams at Ole Miss and now at UAB, and you've seen it as an analyst in the league. What is the challenge in basketball about January and then the countdown to March and when you get to the tournament? How do you manage to play your best basketball games when it counts, when it gets elimination time?
Well, can we label this Tell the Truth Tuesday?
Oh, please. You know we want that from you.
Well, because the reality is, guys, we're all trying to win the next game. We're not thinking, man, we don't want to be playing our best tomorrow because we've got those games in March, so we better save a little bit. What? I mean, what?
Right.
No, we're trying to play as good as we can play in the moment, and then circumstances change. Injuries, fatigue, matchups. I think Auburn got beat, and they had an incredible year with an incredible team, and they sustained an incredible high level of play throughout the entire season. And then, it ends on a down note because you get beat in the second round of the NCAA tournament when the expectation was more, right?
Right.
Well, the reason they got beat in the second round of the NCAA tournament, they didn't play particularly well, and they had a rough matchup. Basketball is the ultimate game of matchups. They had a rough matchup. Miami had bigger guards. Auburn has small guards. Auburn has small guards this year. It's a problem. They've always had physicality, rim protection. Last year they had the phenom of Jabari Smith, who was an incredible shot maker, who's going to be a multi-year NBA All-Star. Walker Kessler has been an impactful rookie in the NBA, and that did not surprise me whatsoever. But they had small guards, and they faced a group that had big guards, and big guards typically overcome small guards. I'm dealing with some of that in my own world defensively, as we touched on a few minutes back. Alabama, I think, again, I do my job, but I'm a basketball Jones. Tonight, I will watch SEC basketball because I enjoy it, and I like to see what's happening. I've been really, really impressed with Nate in Alabama. I think they have the best team in the SEC. Now, he wouldn't want me saying that, but I think he has the best. I think I don't really see any holes in their game. Early in the season, the Sears kid, the transfer, was taking him a little while to get comfortable. They've got Quinterly back now off the injury, and he is starting to find his way. And my goodness, Brandon Miller, where this state should be honored. You got Jabari last year, you got Brandon Miller this year. These are two iconic players, and I love their size. I love their physicality. Again, I'm not quite as big on analytics as they are, but I really like the way that they're playing. So I think both of those teams are going to be good. And I think UAB is going to be good. We're going to figure this out. We've got to protect our home court. We've got to get better defensively. I've got to figure out a way to put these guys in a position to be successful, and we're going to work to make that happen.
All right, Wednesday, Saturday this week for UAB, 8 o'clock tomorrow against Western Kentucky, CBS Sports Network on the TV side, 3 o'clock Saturday, UAB Louisiana Tech play. Coach, we always thank you for the time. Good talking with you. Good luck.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
All right, buddy,
Tell the Truth Tuesday, man. I like it.
I do, too, especially with Andy. That's Andy Kennedy on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Legacy.
Again, showing you excellent basketball coach, excellent analysts, and brought to you by an excellent credit union, our friends at Legacy Credit Union. They bring you the UAB interview every week with Andy Kennedy. You can depend on Legacy. They've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955, our friends at LegacyCreditUnion.com. All right, when we come back, Brock Huard joins the show. We'll talk to Brock and then jump into some more college football discussion with you guys. Join us after Brock on the phones, 205-734-0923. Always in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Steph Curry back in action tonight after missing several games with Golden State. They play host to Phoenix. That game going tonight, 9 o'clock on TNT. Precision Sports can help you get back in your game, whatever that is in your life, with our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, 2023 is a new year, and there are some new ways to contact your favorite precision sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885, the website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard, or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Back with you on the next round as we talk to Brock Huard after the national championship game. We'll ask him about everything we've been talking about, the 65-7 beatdown, what it means for the future of college football. Have the dogs passed the tide? And historically, is it a dynasty? All that good stuff after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call to get on that Envirolawn. You want your yard to look the best it can in spring and summer so you're not embarrassed in your neighborhood? Now is the time to make sure you get the proper pre-emergence and nutrients in the soil and the root system. Envirolawn with Wayne's handles that. We're going to help you save. Code TNR at checkout. You get 1 month free. We're going to take care of the first month. So you get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES-1. Code TNR at checkout to save on Envirolawn. Brock Huard is with us now from Fox. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We'll talk some NFL playoffs and college football with Brock. Not much to talk about in that game last night, Brock. It was a dud.
No, there was not.
I mean, I thought it'd be a blowout. I didn't think it'd be that bad, though.
Yeah. So my 13-year-old son, Titus, was mocking me the night before because the Lions, Packers, a lot of ramifications for our Seattle Seahawks, our station, our show, everything else. And I just said to Titus, I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. Like the Packers, the Lions, Lambeau, I don't think the Seahawks have ever won under Pete Carroll in Lambeau Field. So a lot of scar tissue. And I didn't think they'd find a way to get that done. They did. So last night when I said to Titus, my 13-year-old, like, this is going to be a bloodbath. He's like, why do they pay you as an analyst? You're so wrong last night. Why do you say that? And I'm like, because Ohio State woke up Georgia. And I knew it right when that field goal was missed by Ohio State that it was just going to be a terrible, terrible matchup for TCU. Size, strength, scheme. You heard Nick Saban in the pregame talk a lot about that. You could read between the lines with him. He's a football guy. He knew. Schematically, it was just a horrible, horrible matchup for TCU. And then you got Georgia's motivated best, and they just obliterated them.
And, I don't know what else you can say about Stetson Bennett. I mean, the kid was he was just on fire last night. And in these big moments, he had a rough first half in the national championship last year, but he was able to come back and have a great second half. It happened in the semifinal game, had a great fourth quarter against Ohio State. But when the moment's big, I mean, that kid is just really, really good.
Tom McShay was asked before the game, I don't know if you guys saw that or how much pregame you watched, but he was asked before the game, which prospect on the field has the most opportunity to gain in value and in the draft and stock and everything else. And he said Max Duggan. He said the runner-up to the Heisman, he's a third-day draft guy, but this is the tape that the NFL people will watch. And for poor Max Duggan, that's the tape that he hopes everybody flushes and somehow doesn't hit record on because it was brutal. And I think on the other side, and I didn't disagree with it at the time with McShay. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, Max doesn't see the game great. There's a reason that he was beat out. If you watch him and his backup throws a little cleaner, throws a little bit better, anticipates more than Max does. But Max is just a gamer and a runner and just a college stud. But he's not an NFL guy. I think he's a CFL guy. Stetson Bennett last night, I don't know how you could not watch that game and watch the bevy of work this season and say to yourself, he just plays a step ahead. I mean, they operate quickly, versus empty. That was telling to me. Here comes D. Winters, who will play in the NFL. He's the unblocked edge guy, and Stetson is just like, yep, here you come, and I'm going to spin right away, and I'm going to get out of the way because I know exactly what's coming. And then his anticipation over the middle of the field as an undersized guy, and he is little, and he's going to be nitpicked, and he's going to be weighed and measured just like his buddy Bryce Young is going to be, and nitpicked from here till draft day about being too small. But when you play with the anticipation and the accuracy that Stetson plays with, he's going to be on an NFL roster next year.
Listen, we're not just talking rose, sugar, orange, that scenario. I'm talking poinsettia, Astro Bluebonnet,
the GoDaddy of them all that I called
GoDaddy, the Weed Eaters. 65-7's the biggest beatdown in postseason college football history. Bacardi Bowl in Havana with Auburn and back in the day. This was the biggest beatdown ever. What do we make of the Big 12 moving forward? Because it was such a big moment that TCU had gotten there, and it wasn't Texas and Oklahoma. Is it a stain that stays with that conference moving into next year, or is it just a flush it and move on, Brock? You're a big picture guy.
Yeah, I know that's not a flush it and move on. That Kaz Kazadi, the strength coach there at TCU, will have that. I'm sure on T-shirts. It will be on their wall. It will be for all of the incredible goodwill. And I had a chance to call 3 of their amazing games and their most amazing walk-off kick of the season. That, to this day, in 14 years of broadcasting, was a moment, my number one moment, a moment I'll never forget again because I never saw it coming and don't think we'll ever see it again quite like that. But no, that will stick with them. And it doesn't stain and scar the whole rest of the year in the incredible season they had, but it showed the reality of where they are physically. You know, one of the last things I do, I think I've told you guys this before, but one of the last things I do in our production meetings the night before a game when the hay's in the barn, I have my board out with all my notes, is I'll just play a little old playground game back at Meeker Elementary in Puyallup. In a playground when you pick your buddies. Okay, I pick you, I pick you, I pick you. And out of the 22 starters last night on that board between Georgia and TCU, 22, how many Georgia Bulldogs do you pick to be your starter? And how many Horned Frogs do you pick?
The only Horned Frog that I go with for sure is the wide receiver.
Yeah, Quinn Johnston. That's the only one.
I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe D. Winters, the linebacker. I think he's a pretty legit dude. Maybe someone in their secondary is safety, maybe, but probably not. You know, maybe Hodges Tomlinson, an All-American corner. He could play in Georgia's system, feisty, scrappy, man-to-man, but he's little. But yeah, you're looking at maybe 1.5, 2 versus the Ohio State game, where it's probably split,
right?
Pretty darn close to it. And that game went down to the final field goal, and unfortunately, last night was just a debacle for college football.
If I am not mistaken, my research is correct. Sun Bowl, Holiday Bowl, and 2 Aloha Bowls for Brock Huard in his time at Washington to add to your bowl list there.
Yeah.
Brock
2 field goals short of the Rose Bowl.
So,
oh, man.
Aloha Bowl, though, that's strong.
Yeah, but I want to ask you, Sun Bowl real quickly. We got an NFL question or two for you, but Sun Bowl, was that back in the day? Would you guys go across the border and get boots made for you, specifically made for you in El Paso?
Not made for you, but that was specifically the time they told you the night before or the night you got there. One of you knuckleheads is going to be naked on the streets in Juarez, and your wallet's going to be gone, and everything's going to be gone because it happens every year. And sure enough, I'm not going to say his name. One of the walk-on D linemen was in Juarez too late and lost his wallet and didn't get across the border, and so that was and Montezuma's revenge, which lived with me for 6-7 years afterwards.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, that little bug that just was not a good trip for me to El Paso. Nor was the Hawkeyes beating us as my redshirt year and my older brother Damon's final game there at the UW. So not the fun. It's great people, great bowl game. They've come a long ways, but back then that was those were a couple of the rough.
Hey, tell me, so I've been to Mexico a few times and I've come back with it before, but I've been able to shake it within a week. You said 6 or 7 years?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Certainly winter mat drills about a month later, not good.
Oh,
not good.
Not ideal.
So you got any desire to go back to Juarez?
What's that?
Do you have any desire to go back to Juarez?
Probably not. No, probably not to Juarez. Went to Tijuana at the Rose Bowl growing up a few times, watching the Huskies. That was fun. Got, leather coats and fake silver jewelry and all that stuff. But nope, I think my time on the border towns kind of here and done.
Did you have to donate new mats after you started drawing some professional money? Did you have to go back and replace the old mats?
It was pretty bad. It was one. I was super fortunate that I snuck out of there without the whole team seeing. Otherwise, I would have a nickname probably still for the rest of my life. But I was pretty sneaky, pretty slippery to get out of there.
Blowout Brock.
There you go. Yeah, and a whole lot more.
Brock Huard for a few more moments. At Brock Huard on Twitter. He's on Fox with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think in the NFC, your hometown Seahawks there are not one of them, but I think the other 2 lower seeds win the game outright. Am I crazy for thinking that? In other words, I think the Giants, the Cowboys win. Is what I'm saying. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think that's crazy. I think the Giant style and play fits, and they took Minnesota to the wire. I think Cowboys, oh boy.
They were awful Sunday. I mean, it's hard to pick them, but I just think they're the better team.
They've had a hard stretch, right? Momentum going into it, but this is a whole new season. And just from a depth of roster, again, that playground game, if you're picking Cowboys or Buccaneers, you're picking a lot more Cowboys than you are Buccaneers, but that guy at the most important position is still pretty good. And Tampa is played, and I know they called off the Dogs last week, but they have played better down the stretch. It is going to be difficult for my Seahawks, no question. That line's come from 10.5 to 9.5 because the weather forecast is horrible in Santa Clara. They've got to hope for continued horrible weather there with rain and wind and cool weather and ugly that thing up and muddy that thing up as much as possible and try to put some of the pressure on Brock Purdy that guy has not felt. We had Joe Davis on our show this morning out in Seattle. He's calling the game with Moose. And Joe and I saw Brock Purdy every year over the last 4 years of calling games. And I would have never imagined that Brock Purdy would be in this position doing what he's doing now. You speak of Stetson Bennett and Bryce Young and some of these undersized guys. Brock Purdy is very undersized, not nearly as athletic as those two. Was drafted last for a reason, but holy smokes, as he played just tremendous football. But they've got to put pressure on him and somehow, some way, make the game fall on his small hands in really wet weather to at least keep it close till the fourth quarter.
By the way, I've got Vita Vea, Levante David, and White and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin all on the phone right now, wanting to be picked at the playground.
They've got them. No, they got them. They got them. They certainly have a few difference makers, but out of the 22, I think you lean a little more Dallas than Tampa overall.
I'm sorry, my Buccaneer hair in the back of my neck got fired up there a little bit.
Man. Settle down, Jim. Settle down.
I appreciate
that. Let me
sorry, Stinky. I didn't mean to step on you there.
Brock is a friend of ours, Jim. If you would please park that tone and let Lance ask a question.
And let me jump in.
No Rams playing, Brock, so I don't know where we're going.
His last game, boy, some terrible calls in Seattle this past weekend.
Gosh.
You will give me that. There were some awful calls. It's okay. It didn't matter. Rams season was over. Baker Mayfield should be able to throw a deep ball better than that. With all that said, do you think Sean McVay's really going to step away?
I have a hard time believing that. The Stafford and Aaron Donald and those guys, they wanted to run it back after the Super Bowl. I think after this disappointing season, kind of like Russell Wilson in Denver, right, is going to learn from it and dig into it. And there is just I don't think you want to go out that way. Not with that talent, Cooper Kupp and everything they bet on, and they went all in, right? So do I think Sean McVay is going to be there, Lance, the next 5 years? No. Do I think he's going to be there next year? Yes. Are the opportunities in the broadcasting world as good this offseason as they were last year? Absolutely not. Right? Tom Brady's likely going to be in the Fox booth, and Herbie is at Amazon, and obviously Romo is locked in, and Chris is locked in. So you don't have a number one job, and the disparity between number one money and number two money is, well, the disparity between Jim and Lance money. I mean, it's significant dough. So
I don't know if you've ever had the coaching bug, though, but I mean, if you can make $10 million coaching and $10 million in the booth, I mean, to me, it's a better option being in the booth because I'd like to work less, but I've never had a coaching bug. What do these guys feel when it comes to that?
Well, there's no question. And you watch John Madden and John Gruden and lots of these guys go from coaching to the broadcast and realize, like, this is the way to live. It's pretty nice. I get to watch all the tape. I get to share all my wisdom. I get to have, lots of that influence. But that number one seat, as I said, is very different from the number two seat. The number two seats aren't paying $10 million. Now, will Amazon look at that situation and revisit that? I don't know. I thought Herbie did a pretty good job on Thursday night. So just from an opportunity in that landscape, there's a reason he looked at it last year. There were some pretty massive jobs and pretty massive voids. Those have been filled, and I don't see him taking number two money and leaving what he has in L.A. As I said, with Donald and Stafford and those guys getting away, taking a break, taking a breath, and saying, all right, we got one more really good shot at this. Let's go for it.
Should we be saving some high-end restaurant space in Birmingham for you in April, May, June this year, or is that? Can we talk about that yet? Is USFL 2.0 in the mix?
We'll see. There's a few other things I got cooking that may challenge that a little bit. One of them's really cool, so I can't talk about it publicly yet, but some voice work, which will be super, super fun to do. But I think at least a trip or two. I got to come see Trent Dilfer. I got to come see my buddies down there in Birmingham.
Yeah.
After all, the new head coach of UAB, who's a friend and a teammate and everything else. So if I do, I'll not only have my friends at the next round to see, I'll have my buddy over there at UAB doing good things too.
Man, he catches Georgia next season. That's good, right?
Look out, Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Look out.
So,
Ironically, it's coming.
Ironically, that's probably the third toughest game on Georgia's schedule.
Sounds like a big off season for Brock Huard Industries. A little tease right there. I can't wait to see what it is.
Sounds like he could be on the Live Tour.
Brock, thank you. Thank you so much for your time as always. Have a great week.
All right, boys. Be well.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Brock Huard with us from Fox. You can follow him at Brock Huard on Twitter. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Cue Brock texting you and saying, how does Dunaway know about the offer Liv it's given me for the broadcast?
I don't think he's a big golf guy. My guess, if we just want to guess, is he's voicing college football. When's the game come out?
Oh, it's 2024.
I wonder if he's the analyst.
That's what I was thinking.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, because I was thinking the NFL, but that's Charles Davis right now.
Yes,
as we've learned when we've played that.
And who's
I don't even know who the play-by-play guy is.
The cheap guy that they didn't have to pay Chris Mortensen for.
No, I really thought it was Chris.
No, you thought it was Burkhardt, Kevin Burkhardt.
No, you thought it was Chris
Myers.
That's who I thought it was.
I'm Chris Myers.
Who they didn't have to pay Chris Myers for. That would be awesome.
No, I bet you that's what it is.
Yeah.
My money is down on Brock Huard voice of EA Sports College Football 2024.
I mean, he's not going to be doing animation.
I would not think so.
So it'll be. Well, I don't know. Did the guy who does Bart Simpson, did he pass?
Nancy Cartwright, the girl that plays Bart Simpson, did not pass.
Did not pass.
Rockstar with a subtle correction that it's not a mess.
Yeah, Rockstar's in a good mood. Reese Davis.
I don't know who the play-by-play guy would be with Brock.
Reese Davis did it for a while, I think.
No, that's how ESPN and a Fox guy. It's a weird mix.
Yeah, it's all video world, though. It's not real. Brock's so good, man. Love that guy and what he brings to our table. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs, and then we talk a little bit more about evaluating Stetson's career. You brought it up. I mean, what will history say about Stetson Bennett? That'll be part of the conversation when we come back as well. Dr. B makes hair growth part of the conversation. I mean, I got asked the other day, these are not plugs, right? This is your hair.
They're not plugs.
This is your hair growing at this rate, right?
It is. We started this. I've got to get an exact date on this. I think it was around 8 months ago when I first went to see Dr. B. But the last time I saw him was a couple of months ago, and the hair was already 14% thicker. Started the second treatment, the second phase, already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. T3hair.net, that's T3hair.net. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of the hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Dr. Beckenstein has a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
I'm an in-house guy. I like in-house stuff, don't you? In-house food, in-house music, in-house, in-house stuff. I like in-house stuff. Like, I've always wanted to be a casino, but I wonder how much money you have to be a casino to start with.
I would imagine a significant amount.
Like, would I be... My odds are better if I'm the casino as opposed to the guy who's trying to bet on who's going to win, right?
I don't know. Back when we booked way back in the day...
Allegedly.
We, not even allegedly anymore. I think statute of limitations is out on that. That was a long, long time ago. But, we had a certain amount we would all bring to the table, but it wasn't probably enough to cover what everybody was throwing in. But the thing is, the house is always going to win.
That's what I'm saying. So, but, I guess there would be that one weekend that it could turn upside down.
You'll have a bad weekend.
Yeah, I don't know what you have to get. Like, I know some people that started a bank, and they had to have a certain amount of liquidity, to get the
FDA approval.
Yeah,
not the FDA approval.
Yeah, FDIC and the government approval. I can't imagine how much you have to have on casino to get the government regulation approval.
Well, let's do the Vulcan Tire 4 Downs here, and then we'll talk a little Stetson Bennett and George's legacy to get to the top of the hour here. Vulcan Tire has 5 great locations in the Birmingham area.
Yeah, including that newest location in Pell City. Again, locally owned and operated. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, next national championship. Kirby or the combination? I'll give you 3 coaches. Dabo, Ryan Day, Lincoln Riley.
Well, I think I would take the trio there, but Kirby is the guy to beat, and they're the betting favorites. They're going to be number 1 in all the major polls to start with, and they will have to lose along the way. Ohio State's replacing quarterback, but their receiving core still looks deep. I like them a lot of other places. Lincoln Riley, if he gets any defense at all, they'll be in the conversation next year. And Dabo may be done. Here's
what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a little reverse psychology here because I want to go with Kirby, but I feel like historically, as a whole, not just our show, but as a whole, the media tends to overreact to things like this and say, "Oh my gosh, Kirby's going to win 5 more of these. Just look at him." And
that's right.
Trust me, I'd bet on him winning 2 more of them. I'm going to go with the other 3, though. I'm going to play reverse psychology.
I think I would
here.
play the other 3 as well, but I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Best quarterback coming back next year is Caleb Williams.
Oh, yeah, it's not even close.
So sometimes best quarterback in the game wins national championships. Cam Newton 2010, some others. So, I mean, USC is a legitimate threat.
Yeah, and the
They are,
defense really can't be worse than it was this past
But
year.
Ohio State, Georgia did not have the best quarterback on the field.
They did not.
Yeah,
They
it's
did
not.
not.
It's that is not undefeated.
It's not automatic.
Yep.
No, nothing is.
Second down.
Which is why I like being in-house.
Death, taxes.
Who had the better
And me
college
gambling.
career, A.J. McCarron or Stetson Bennett?
Well, that's the discussion I wanted to get into. So that's a great question because the comparison for Stetson's legacy is A.J. McCarron, Ken Dorsey, Stetson Bennett. He's in the Ken Dorsey, A.J. McCarron conversation.
And Ken Dorsey played a little bit. Yeah, and he played some in the league, and A.J. didn't play a whole lot in the league, so it was pretty much you're saying that because it's really college, and they won. Here's the only difference I would draw, Lance, because I think they had the same career. To answer your question, I think their career was the same.
Stetson and A.J.
Stetson and A.J.
Yep.
The difference I would draw is Stetson went out with a championship. A.J. won those two and went out with a kick six. Now, I know he played another game after that.
Well,
but
and A.J. came in highly recruited. I mean, Stetson's
that's true.
journey was a lot
yeah.
different.
And I guess I was
That
just
is
looking
true.
at the overall, but they had the same overall career once they got started. I would say Stetson's is better because it finished with two championships. A.J. McCarron finished with a bitter disappointment.
Nobody uses Tommy Frazier here, right? But because he was so much better than these guys, right? He was a dominant quarterback, but not an NFL quarterback.
But I would say this also about Stetson. You know, we remember when Jay Barker won that national championship for Alabama in '92. It was all the way till McElroy, and Barker was a celebrated quarterback for so long. If for whatever reason Georgia doesn't win a national championship for a decade or so,
Stetson will lead off this bear forever.
Yeah, he's going to be an icon.
Yeah, there'll be elementary schools named after him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Third down.
Actually, I would be surprised now, and I don't think a kid will ever go to Stetson Bennett Elementary.
You never know. Never know. Better chance of scoring a touchdown in the NFL first, Stetson Bennett or Ladd McConkey? Now, McConkey's going to come back for a couple of more seasons.
Yeah, and we doubt him because he's a skinny white kid as a receiver in the NFL.
He'll get his opportunity.
You don't see many skinny white kids.
No,
though
but
Hunter Renfrow is still
I was about to say he's a Hunter Renfrow.
50-year-old Tom Brady has to throw to somebody, Brown.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'll go with Ladd McConkey.
I mean, it's an easier path to scoring touchdowns as a wide receiver than a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm going to put 3, 4, 5 of those on the field
there's
at a time.
three. Yeah, and you got a rotation of those guys. So I'll go Ladd McConkey.
I think I'm going to go Stetson Bennett.
I mean, I think Stetson's probably got a better chance of playing in the NFL, but is he going to be a starter?
No.
Did you see that some receiver, and I can't remember who it is now, set an NFL record for receptions without a touchdown in a single season? He had like 78 receptions this year and didn't score a touchdown. It's hard to do.
Well, so Tyler Higbee, bringing it back to the Rams, scored his first touchdown 3 weeks ago, and he's got over 70 receptions.
Oh, and I play him every week in DraftKings because he's at that sweet
what's
price.
wrong with him?
So plays at that sweet price. Oh, I played so many Rams this year.
Yeah,
As they
I'm
lost,
sure.
I was like, I am not breaking this system.
Fourth down.
Rod Stewart, 78. George Foreman, 74. Better career.
Rod Stewart or George Foreman? George Foreman had a grill.
That's the only thing that I would say. Now, he did win a heavyweight championship, which you see.
He did, but I bet he made a ton off George Foreman grills.
He made a lot more.
Who they originally went to that for?
Ray
that
Charles?
No.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan turned it down.
Could you imagine the Ray Charles grill? I don't know why I said Ray
Hey,
Charles.
so easy, you don't need to see it.
I can't see it, but I can sure as hell smell it.
No, I'll burn my head.
I think this is kind of tough because of the grill situation. Rod Stewart was an iconic guy for a long time, right? Ladies loved him.
In the 70s, did he make it into the 80s?
Yes.
Is your wife named after that song?
Rachel Hunter.
She's not, no. Yeah, Rod's known for doing a lot of
He
stuff.
was in the Faces.
I think I would go George Foreman. It's a tough question, though. I mean,
I think I would lean Rod Stewart.
I think I would
but
lean
boy, it's
Rod Stewart.
tight.
I'd like to know how much George Foreman made off the George Foreman grill.
Probably
$100 million.
You think so?
No way.
Yeah.
We'll check it in the commercial break. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 great locations, including the newest in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
Rockstar's viewing menu here before we take our final break of the day here, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. It's been a jam-packed show all day long. Don't forget 23% off in the Next Round store all week long, celebrating 2023. Our way of saying thank you to you for a wonderful 2022. But, we felt like 22% off everything in the store in 2023 would sound stupid, so we went 23% off everything in the Next Round store, nextround.store. Go there right now. Rockstar, what are you watching tonight, my friend?
7 p.m. on NBC tonight, you got the 80th Golden Globes, which I think Lunsford will be the only one here watching.
I used to love it.
I like the Golden Globes.
I liked it more than the Academy Awards because I love television and film coming together. But it's way too political for
I
me.
just wish Ricky Gervais was hosting it, but he's not. 8 p.m. on Vice, they have a new show called Sex Before the Internet. This is episode 1. They're diving into 1-900 numbers. You remember those ads?
Oh,
Those
wow.
were
I do
great.
remember that, yeah.
So it's 30 minutes on 1-900 numbers.
I accidentally called one time.
I know. I stayed on the phone forever waiting for them to. Yeah. And then 10:35 on CBS, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Finally, we're going to hear what the hell happened with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. He's releasing a book.
I've watched the first 2 episodes of the documentary.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Why are people fascinated? It's the dumbest thing in the world.
Because of how crappy they're being treated by the royals.
They just want their privacy, man. I wish everybody would just leave them alone.
Leave us alone.
All they want is their privacy.
What a joke.
No, it's a bunch of bullcrap what they did to them.
Why? Cry me a river.
Well, if you want your privacy, disappear.
You're freaking royalty.
They did.
Suck
They
it up
walked
and
away.
They haven't disappeared.
They were in such squalor they had to move into Tyler Perry's guest house.
When will they start a reality show?
They got a podcast, they got a book, and they got a Netflix series about their wanting their
Listen,
privacy.
I like her and him a lot better than I do the royals.
Suck it up and make the
100%.
money. Your royal family, man. Everybody in the world would trade to be there. Suck it up and do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If they were treating Jennifer the way they were treating her, you'd love that. You'd love it. You'd love it.
I mean, she probably did she take any blame? Did she say I did wrong stuff?
Keep
Did
her
she take
behind
any
the
blame at
gates.
all?
No, keep her behind the gates.
Okay,
and she'd
so
be fine.
she just walked in and they started treating her bad. She did nothing wrong.
She did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, that's her side of the story.
2 episodes in, she did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I admire, which you want to see, Harry?
Yeah.
I admire Harry for walking away from all that money to take up for his lady. If you wouldn't do it for Jennifer, shame on you. Back in a moment.
If you don't think it's undefeated,
last word.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Football is back, and you can check out about the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Storm Restoration Roofing, and then Forrester is going to show you a tattoo. Do you see who it is, Forrester? I'm going to let these guys guess. Or you see who it is right off the bat? Or do you see the tattoo first? Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City. I don't know if does Greg have tattoos?
You know, I've never really inspected Greg's body, Jim.
I don't either, but I guess he's been on enough roofs. He's got some scrapes and scratches and stuff that have been tattooed with a life of hard work on the roof, making sure that you and your house is protected. A great guy, great contractor right there. One of the best in America is Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Will take care of you if you're in the military, veteran, or reservist as well. Check on some special offers he has for you. And right now for everyone, a free no-cost roof inspection. Free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, the best in the business, and that free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. Take a look at this tattoo right here. This is a tattoo.
I know who it is. I've already seen this story.
That is the guy's wife, right?
Lance will never get this in a million years.
There's an Alabama A on the cheek there.
She's got a little pit between the titties.
Don't we all, man? Don't we all?
Is that PITT? Like,
no, it looks like
Pitt,
the old
Pitt the
Grissom.
logo?
No, it is the Pitt logo. So,
Okay.
Lance, there are a lot of clues as to who this is.
Okay.
Is that
Hold on.
That's the Oregon logo up on the Adams. No, not the Adams apple. The Oregon on the neck area.
Yeah, there's a little Texas right there for the state of Texas.
A little Texas there.
Yep, Alabama. A lot of clues right there, Lance.
Yep. And there's one missing that I don't see anywhere. Who is it? Whose tattoo is it, LT?
I would say it was the girl that's got the monkey.
No,
Jeff Banks'
you're
wife.
thinking Jeff Banks' wife. No, this is a man. You can also see his hairy nipple next to her forehead.
That should give it away, right?
You
there.
really do.
Wait, that's not a man.
That is a man.
No,
the
man's got the tattoo.
The man's got the tattoo, yeah.
No, I was trying to guess who the chick was.
No, who's the man? The man's the story. Who's got the tattoo on his side?
Real quickly, he's a D1 Power 5 college football coach.
Oh, PJ Fleck.
Dan Lanning.
Dan Lanning's tattoo.
So that is his wife, a cancer survivor.
I love, I'm going to say something bad about it.
Seriously,
That's when you roll that
you
out.
had to shove that in.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's something in the tattoo. No, I was bringing that up because the ribbon there is about the cancer survivor inside the Oregon. That's what I was saying.
But every step of his life where he's been, he's got a logo.
So
part of
she
that
doesn't have that Doug logo on her neck.
No, she is not tatted up like that. That is his tattoo. Yeah. Or better than that.
I mean, she looks like an extra in Once Were Warriors.
Cleavage on the show, now known as the tit pit.
That pit between your tits.
Go Panthers.
Awful tattoo.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.